a torrential rainfall by far. This is what we call a supercell storm, meaning it does have the potential for rotation, and the reasoning why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. Let's send it back over to George. George, any updates that you have on this storm right now?
I want to go to the Max 1 computer and show that there are some power outages starting to show up now in southwest lower Michigan. Max 1, that would be great. There we are. You can see one small power outage, which is just to the southwest of Plainwell. So Blake, it does appear that we will see some wind damage from that rotation of the storm. And again, this is all part of that complex system where tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock for our area and points to the east. There's also the tornado watch until 11 o'clock, and you see the hail size and the wind gusts for that area. Again, those storms are continuing to build and move to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So if you hear the thunder and you see the lightning, you're going to have probably a minute or maybe a little bit longer before the storms start to hit your location. So this tornado warning, we're going to stay on the air until 5:45. Until the warning is canceled or it is extended. We'll continue with our coverage there. You can see the storm is just a fairly large storm. This is what we call a supercell storm. I'm going to zoom a little bit further south. This is northern Cass County. You can see, Blake, the intensity of that cell, and there's starting to show up as a little bit of a hook echo down there. That's what everybody can remember when you hear a hook echo. That means there's possible tornado. I'm going to zoom right in onto that. Yep. That's exactly where that is showing up. And you can jump in anytime there, Blake.
Yeah, especially when we look at, we're sampling the winds in our atmosphere in this circle right here. And when we have greens and reds mixed together, we call that a couplet. And that is the potential rotation in this supercell thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado. Again, this is right on the line of Cass and Van Buren County. And this is heading right towards almost just to the south of Decatur, would you say, George?
Yes, this is going to be moving right up along the line there. We're zooming in so close, and this radar does update about every 2 minutes or so we could be a little bit behind. You can go jump right in there, but that storm where the green and the red come very close together, that is where we are concerned about a tornado perhaps reaching the ground. Right now it's just radar indicated.
Radar indicated. And another thing to just keep in mind when we're looking at a storm so far away from the actual radar to the south and east of Grand Rapids, we are sampling winds a couple thousand feet in the air. And do we have a new tornado warning, by the way?
No, they're, Anna, you can jump right in here.
Yes, the National Weather Service has mentioned there is a debris ball with that storm that George and Blake are talking about, also known as a tornado debris signature. So that's something we're looking at now, evident when there's a tornado.
Yeah, so this is indicating that this might be an actual
tornado on the ground. This is what we call debris potential here on our graphics. So there is at least radar indications that there's a tornado lifting debris from the ground upwards. And if you want to did you want to take Max 2?
Yeah, we can take Max 2 real quickly. Again, this is what we're looking at in terms of the winds. Again, we have the greens and reds inbound and outbound of the radar. And at 5:24, we do have a now confirmed tornado that was located near Decatur, just a few miles southward of the city. That's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So again, this is a radar confirmed tornado based on the velocity sample, so the winds that we're looking at from radar, and also now a product that we looked at indicates debris, which that has indicated from the National Weather Service. This is a now confirmed tornado that is on the county line between Cass and Van Buren County. So if you are in the Decatur area, it is time to head to your safe space, as this is a now confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. This tornado will be near Decatur at around 5:30, so in the next few minutes, it is now time to head to that space safe. Try to put as many walls between you and the outside of your home. If you have a basement, into your basement, that is the key there. If you do not have a basement, try to put as many walls between you and the outside of your home. This will be near Lawton at about 5:35, so roughly 9 minutes from now. And George, this is a pretty rather robust signature in the way of velocity. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I haven't seen it this tight in a little while, maybe back to August, the storms in August last year. Very tight rotation. This radar signature is a minute or two behind, so this could already be perhaps just south of Decatur up in here at the present time. But if you are in that location, you need to be heading, as Blake said, a place of safe shelter. This is also showing that debris ball here on the ground, most likely, or at least it's lofting it up into the radar signature. Grand Rapids is way to the north here, so this is on the extreme southern part of our viewing area. This is the storm of concern right now.
Yeah, that is by far, and again, we're looking at trying to find some roads right now.
We'll take Max 2, that'd be great.
Yeah, we can take Max 2. So we're looking at just to the south of Decatur, so County Road 215, almost into County Road 658. That is the area where this confirmed tornado is tracking at this moment. And we're again right by M51, just to the south of Decatur. That's where we're indicating this path as of now. George?
We just have a new warning for some of our folks in Cass and St. Joseph, very southern areas. This is a radar indicated severe thunderstorm as the radar velocity updates for the tornado warning. Blake's working on that. For Cass and St. Joseph, Constantine, Three Rivers, severe thunderstorm warning, which is radar indicated at this point until 5:45. Inch diameter hail and maybe winds up to 60 miles per hour with that particular storm. So again, Three Rivers, Constantine, Centerville, on up to Mendon. You also need to be heading to that place of safe shelter. I'm noticing a little bit of a tailing hook also east of Edwardsburg, so that might be something that gets warned in the future. But right now, the tornado warning is the main concern, and Blake has been tracking that, and we'll see if there's any new information with that. If we go to Max 2.
Yeah, again, we're still looking at this severe tornado warning, confirmed tornado just south of Decatur. I'm going to put a better look on radar here, and this is what we're tracking right here. This little hook, that is the indication that there is a tornado on the ground. This is a rather textbook signature that this supercell is producing a tornado. Again, just to the south of Decatur. I'm trying to get a few locations. If you know anyone around Valley Road, Old Swamp Road, so just outside of the Leisure Valley RV Resort and Campground, that is time to tell those folks that it is time to find the nearest safe space or shelter, because this is a confirmed tornado once again that is heading in this direction to the east-northeast. So this is just going to sweep, it looks like, George, just south of the town.
Just south of Decatur, and it's moving 50 miles an hour, so you may have a minute because it moves a mile a minute. And so if you're from a mile from the next county road we just mentioned to the east, you need to be underground right now.
Yeah, you can see that couplet right there. That green-red looks slightly less pronounced than just a few radar scans ago, but still, this is at the moment, a confirmed tornado via radar from the National Weather Service. And this is, we're at 5:30 right now, so it is right overhead of Decatur, just to the south, and will be in the Lawton area within the next few minutes. Again, this is southern Van Buren County into northern Cass County, right on the county line to be exact. So right near, just a little bit to the south and east of where M51 intersects Decatur. That is where we're looking at in terms of that tornado warning.
I'm looking at Max 1 with where the history of that rotation has gone from south of Indian Lake right over to the Dowagiac area, heading up to Decatur. And as you mentioned, it looks like the rotation isn't as strong, but nonetheless, when you get into the bright purples, that is where it was the strongest rotation. That's where our models had indicated that there was going to be a supercell, perhaps moving up to the south of Grand Rapids. Again, this is in real time over the last hour or so. This will head into extreme, looks like southeastern of Van Buren County within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. This also has the capability of putting down quite a bit of rain in a very short period of time, and also even that large hail that we were talking about earlier. Wanted to see where the position of the tornado may be based on what we call the debris potential. I'm going to do a little explainer here about what you might be seeing on the radar here. What we like to see is the colors being all the same color. So we're measuring raindrops next to raindrops. We're measuring small hail next to small hail. When those are pretty much the same, we get this uniform color. Anything that is different in size, whether it's rain or large hail, you get different colors, and the more pronounced the colors are, or the more different the colors are, is the difference in what you're seeing. It also can tell the difference between raindrops and 2x4s.
Correct.
Raindrops and shingles, raindrops and siding, raindrops and tree limbs. And so this is an indication, along with our other parameters, that if it's not a single color, you're getting debris lofted up into the radar signature.
This is a non-meteorological item that is being thrown up into the atmosphere.
So this is the area now south of Decatur, maybe even just a little bit of south-southeast. So folks further to the north, you're up in the Lawrence and Paw Paw area, you are most likely just fine. You're going to be watching the storm to the south if it's not raining really hard. We're going to put the scope back on it, and Blake's been doing a really great job of showing that is a very broad, what we call a mesocyclone. We like to see the colors right next to each other, don't we, Blake?
Yeah.
The green and the red and the whites. This is like over a 1 mile radius, like a 1 mile wide mesocyclone. We can't tell if it's on the ground or not, but definitely a very large swirl of clouds and debris.
By far, this supercell thunderstorm, so we're talking about an individual thunderstorm. This is a lot of rotation, a few thousand feet up in the atmosphere at the very least. But again, we are seeing at least broad circulation.
That's 7 miles across. Even if it was very close and inside of that, that is a very broad circulation. So this is a supercell rotating thunderstorm that can produce a tornado, which is what they're indicating. Let's go to the latest tornado warning here. This is for St. Joseph.
Well, that's that other thunderstorm.
That's the storm we were talking about that perhaps could have a tornadic signature with it. This is for our folks way on the southern in our viewing area in St. Joseph County until 6:30 this evening. If you're in Cologne, Constantine, and Sturgis, you needed to put that plan into effect and take safe shelter as we speak. I'm going to do a little bit of velocity scan in through here. Yes, you can see that as well, Blake. There is another debris signature, or I'm sorry, a little velocity. Thank you, Anna. Right in through here. This is near southeast of the Three Rivers area, moving on up towards Centerville. We just talked about this about 2 minutes ago, did we not? This is for that particular cell. If you're southeast of Three Rivers, up through the Centerville and eventually into the northeastern part of that county, again, heading to a place of safe shelter. You going to track anything else there for us, sir?
Yeah, in the Centerville area, about 546. We can take this to max 2.
Thank you.
So we have 2 tornado warnings ongoing right now. We're going to focus on the one that was just issued. Again, this is in portions of now into, just outside of the Three Rivers area in the Centerville. This is again heading into the north and east. So just a little bit outside of Dowagiac, moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour. I want to make another note about this storm. This is this storm right here, folks, that we're talking about. I know we have a couple going on right now. This storm right here also has the potential to produce golf ball size hail. So we're talking large hail as well. Obviously torrential rain, thunder and lightning, most likely some strong winds besides any potential tornado.
And that's for our folks in St. Joseph County, correct?
Yes.
Let's go back to Max 1. I want to talk about the Van Buren County storm as well. This is that same storm that was an observed tornado on the ground. We're going to turn our velocity on and show you that there is the rotation. Anytime you get the pinks and the greens very close to each other, this particular cell, Blake, has really intensified here, at least in terms of the winds. See what the wind speeds are in this one. 71 mile per hour winds, and that's at a distance of about, I would say, maybe 35, 40 miles. And so we're looking at wind speeds up about 4,000 or 5,000 feet above the ground. We can't see with a radar beam down below the ground, but this is a very intense circulation right along the Cass County, Van Buren County line. This is to the southeast of Decatur. You have a good way of looking right down to the street level there, Blake. This I see is a along County Road 569 and County Road 352.
Yep.
That is where the strongest circulation is, where that storm is heading. And of course, it takes about a minute or two for each one of these radar rotations, so this may actually already be displaced. This is where the actual rotation would be. It could actually be up in this area in the next minute or two. These are moving at a mile a minute, so it only takes, across the county line within seconds. And as you saw from some of the video earlier this year, or earlier this week and last week, these are large, very strong storms that could do a lot of damage in a very short period of time. I'm going to look to see where the debris signature may be. It's located in that same area right here. This debris signature means that there is debris lifted aloft. Don't know what kind of debris, but certainly something different than hail or raindrops.
Yep.
It is most likely some other kind of debris being lofted in that area. Anything that you want to update our folks with there?
No, I think the biggest thing is that, again, if you are in parts of eastern Van Buren County, and I would say now, George, even if you are watching from Kalamazoo County, if you are in the Portage area, the Schoolcraft area, it is now time to head to your safe spot in your home, because even though we do not have a tornado warning issued right now from the National Weather Service, this storm is heading in that direction to the east-northeast. And again, almost at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So if we just take a simple track right here, roughly in the area where we've seen some of that rotation, again, we're talking, there we go. We have a new tornado warning, George, that just popped up.
Let's see where this one is at. We'll go back to Max 1 here. We have a new tornado warning. There you go, Blake, you're brilliant. Tornado warning issued for now counties of Kalamazoo and the eastern part of Van Buren County until 6:45. So the new warning covers a little bit more of Van Buren County up to the northeastern part and a good portion of Kalamazoo County. 183,000 plus folks affected with this. Again, if you're in Kalamazoo County heading to a place of safe shelter, the storm is already approaching. You should have already done your preparations and should be completing those and heading to a place of safe shelter. I'm going to read you want to read the warning off?
Yeah, I'll read this. So this is this warning right here you see in your screen, everyone. At 5:37, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Lawton, about 7 miles south of Paw Paw, moving north and east at about 45 miles per hour. This is now not a confirmed tornado. This is radar indicated. Notice that we've, over the last few minutes, have talked about how some of this rotation looking a bit more broad in at least coverage, meaning that while this thunderstorm is still having rotation, it might not necessarily be dropping a tornado to the ground, but this is also having the possibility of producing golf ball size hail. So we're talking in excess of 1.5 inches in size of hail, upwards of 1.75 inches to be exact. So this is some large hail, destructive hail, in fact, despite the tornado warning that is currently now in place. And this goes all the way until 6:45.
I noticed that back to the west, even though the one in Kalamazoo County is radar indicated, this is still a tornado warning observed, and that's because we're still seeing the rotation. Now, look at this, very strong in the southeastern part of the county. This is as strong a rotation that we normally get here in West Michigan. This is to the east. I think that's M40.
Yeah, that's M40. Yep.
Near County Road 354 and 352. It is south of Lawton. And this is the reason why the warning was likely issued for Kalamazoo County, even though it was a radar indicated there. It is a radar confirmed tornado here in that part of the county. They're observed with 1.75 inch diameter hail. I'm going to see if there's any debris still being lofted with that. It's a little less, a little more broad right now, but we are still seeing the different non-uniform colors. So there is at least some kind of debris being lofted in that area. This is a very dangerous situation. A lot of lightning with this, a lot of heavy downpours as well. But that is what we are tracking there in South southeastern Van Buren County. And I didn't know if you wanted to focus on the one down in St. Joseph County there as well. We have the Three Rivers and Centerville storm as well.
Before we get back into those real quick, George, I do just want to make a broad look. If we can change over to Max 2, just want to explain what else is going on across West Michigan. Maybe you're watching a little bit away from portions of, again, Van Buren and Kalamazoo County towards the Michigan state line. We do have no other severe tornado warnings, or at least severe thunderstorm warnings to the north. Parts, if you're watching from Grand Rapids, Holland, and Muskegon, a little bit of rain knocking on the doorstep, but nothing severe as of now, at least on the horizon, or at least on the doorstep right now. But it's one of those evenings. Everyone here at home should just remain weather aware. Keep an eye on the radar. And if you have any outdoor plans, probably just a better idea to bring those inside for the rest of this evening, or if just really cancel them because of these active thunderstorms that are ongoing. But we're keeping an eye on also, George, you know, there are a few thunderstorms heading across Lake Michigan. This will most likely impact those a little bit north of Muskegon. We are not expecting any tornado or tornadic properties with these storms here that are crossing to the north of, we'll say, a line between Holland and Muskegon, but something that bears some watching for some strong winds and maybe even some large hail. Again, these storms coming in off the lake, most likely going to impact Muskegon, Rothbury, Hart, and Ludington within the next 30 to 45 minutes. So there's a lot of active weather going on, but our focus still remains these tornado warnings across the southern half of our viewing area, portions of Van Buren, Kalamazoo County, and now into the Constantine Three Rivers area. If you have any other information, George, that you think right now?
I was just going to have you go back over to Max 1 here, and just, of course, we have the tornado warnings to the south. Some of them are observed, some of them are radar indicated, but we also have severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued further to the north. This is for Allegan and Van Buren counties until 6:15. And if we zoom out a little bit farther, we'll be able to see that there are not only that, but also some special marine warnings out over Lake Michigan until 6:45. So these are for our folks that are a little bit closer to the heart of our viewing area, showing that these storms will be approaching the Lake Michigan shoreline within the next half an hour, maybe even a little bit less. These could also contain some large hail. I'm going to zoom in on those storms right to the west of Muskegon to show if those have got quite a bit of hail in it. It doesn't look as impressive as the supercells down to the south, but nonetheless these storm cells could produce hail perhaps up to 3/4 to an inch in diameter as they move to the northeast. So in Muskegon and lakeshore areas, maybe north of Holland, just be on the lookout for some stronger storms moving in later on tonight. There may be a few folks just now coming home and turning on the TV, and we'll talk about the warnings that are going on to our south. The tornado warnings in effect for St. Joseph County, that is going to be until about 6:30 tonight. The cities of Colon and also Centerville, and also further up to the north in Kalamazoo County until 6:45 as well. Tornado warning has been updated. This is still radar indicated.
And you can see
St.
that
Joseph
hook
County.
echo, George. You can really see that.
I can. Oh yeah. Whenever we see that figure 8 or that figure 6 right there, that is an indication that there could be some rotation right in through here. And before we had Doppler radar, we could only make a guess. And thank goodness for Doppler radar, because this is how much more advanced now we can look inside the storm. This, in my career, has been a godsend for us, because now we don't have to guess. We can pretty much tell you that in northeast of Centerville, that is a tornado at least at about 4,000 or 5,000 feet showing up on the radar. And that's why we always need eyes and ears to tell us where these storms are actually reaching the ground. So folks down in that particular area, tornado warning until 6:30 for St. Joseph County as that moves very quickly to the northeast. I want to see if there's any debris signature with that. Yes, look at that. There is. That is definitely, that is not all red, that is now blue. So likely it's being lofted up to at least 4,000 or 5,000 feet into the sky, and that is actually quite amazing.
I want to just sweep this over the last 30 minutes. You can see that looks like it
just
hit
there you go.
the south and east of Centerville.
Yes.
That looks like it hit them south and east of that location in the Centerville area.
I like to do this. This is our little NROT loop. It takes out all the noise so folks can actually see, oh, I know where the rotation is. There were too many colors otherwise. That's the path of that storm that has been very consistent. Came up near Constantine, on up through the Centerville area. That's one area of rotation. The other one that we've been tracking with the tornado warning, moving into very extreme southeastern Van Buren County, southeast of the Lawton area. If you're in Ashtimo, Portage area, north of Schoolcraft, that is zeroing in. If you had to draw an arrow, that's exactly where that is headed. Southern suburbs of Kalamazoo into Kalamazoo County, where the tornado warning is in effect at the present time until at least 6:45, and that right now is still a radar indicated, but you know, Blake, we have seen debris signatures on this, and likely this is at least getting close to the ground if it is not on the ground.
Yeah, probably one of the more pronounced signatures we've seen
so far.
here.
Yeah, that is a very tight color right there along the, this is now the Van Buren Kalamazoo County line. This is on West U Avenue, and I'm going to get a little bit of a drink here, and you can take over for a minute there, Blake.
Yeah, if we can switch over to Max 2 for just a second. And these are our two thunderstorms that we're keeping an eye on. Again, this is a look at velocity or the winds inside of this storm. So obviously we have this one just outside of the now north and east of Centerville. And what we're looking at is for these tight colorings to be together, these greens and reds. We have inbound winds towards the radar and winds that are going away from the radar. And every time that we see these colors together, like we're seeing here just outside of Centerville, and again, this was indicated in the Decatur area, a confirmed tornado in the Decatur area up towards Lawton and now heading into the western half of Kalamazoo County. That's indicating that spin or that rotation needed in these broad storms, and to the point when we use our debris signature on radar to actually confirm that there will be likely, or at least likely, that a tornado is on the ground. So again, we have two pockets of velocity, or at least rotation, that we're keeping an eye on. These are, again, tornado warnings across the southern half of our viewing area. And if you are in Kalamazoo County, you're watching from the Schoolcraft area, Portage, even if you're in Kalamazoo along I-94 towards Galesburg, it is time to head inside to your safe space and put as many walls between you and the outside of your home. If you have a basement, head down into the basement. Really have those plans that we talk about every spring, really every time during the year when we're going to deal with severe weather. It is time to utilize that plan and head into your safe space. So again, this is right now into the western half of Kalamazoo County, heading right along 131. Just to the north, it looks like this storm's going to track to the north of Schoolcraft. George, I'm going to send it back over to you on Max 1. What do you have right now?
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas to the south and east of the greater Grand Rapids area. This is for Branch and St. Joseph County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with what is considered a considerable threat. This is a step up from just a radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning. This will affect the cities of Mendon and areas to the northeast of Mendon. And this is because the storm is perhaps going to produce some very large hail with that. And as we take a look at the size of that, this could be producing hail up to perhaps golf ball and even larger. So this is a supercell just near the city of Mendon, and so we will be watching that storm as well.
Hey George, the National Weather Service has just made an update on the tornado warning that's impacting southeastern Van Buren and Kalamazoo County. This is now a particularly dangerous situation.
So this has gone up to a considerable threat, which is now Category 3 out of 4. Originally it was a 1 out of 4. Then it was a 2 out of 4 for Van Buren County. Now this is a 3 out of 4. This is a considerable threat. So this is a very heightened situation for Kalamazoo and Van Buren. Wow.
And by the way, at 5:49, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Matawan, or 6 miles west of Portage.
Okay.
Moving north and east at 45 miles per hour. So this is folks, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has been confirmed. This is what we call a particularly dangerous situation for the western half of Kalamazoo County right now.
This is north of Western U Avenue. It is to the west of South 8th Street. It is south of Q Avenue and West Q Avenue. This is in the Texas Township area. This is going to be heading into the suburbs of Portage and also into the southern suburbs of Kalamazoo. This is also west of Shaver Road. Everyone knows where that is at. So again, you can recap what the Weather Service has called this.
Yeah, folks, this is at 5:49, so 2 minutes ago, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Matawan, or 6 miles west of Portage, moving north and east at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. These words are not used lightly from the National Weather Service, and especially here in West Michigan. So this is an active situation that if you are in Kalamazoo County, no matter where you're at in the county of Kalamazoo County, it is time to take shelter now.
And take shelter means if you can get to the lowest point on your floor. Look at the rotation here.
This is really increasing.
This is increased now to the point where it is approaching the top of the scale, or at least the middle of the scale here. And these are the types of storms. Once you get up in through here, I'm seeing a little bit of white now inside that rotation right there. That's a really bright purple. So this is getting the top end of the moderate to strong rotation. Yeah, this is as strong as I've seen it on the radar. This is along Western U Avenue near South 8th Street. And of course, the radar updates every minute or two at the rate it's moving. This is where the storm was. There it is. And now it has moved. The center of the storm has moved further to the northeast. Downtown Portage, you are under the gun right now. This is a large tornado that you're going to be able to see off to the east. What are you picking up there, sir? Max 2,
if
please.
we can go to Max 2 real quick. I'm just taking a look at radar. And again, when we look at this broad system right here, this broad storm right in here, we are looking right into where we get the inflow of the storm, winds coming out of the south, and this is what, and on the backside of the storm, winds coming out of the north, and that's what's allowing that rotation. But right in here, that empty signature is very concerning in the Portage area, likely that large and confirmed tornado that is on the ground in the Portage area, just out ahead of that hook echo, George. You notice that?
Yeah, absolutely. Searching for where I can go with this. I'm just trying on Max 1 here before you take it. Exactly where that storm is located. There's not a great deal of showing up on the actual what we call reflectivity, where this is where how heavy it's raining and start. It's where you have to actually look inside the storm to get the actual scope of the intensity of this storm. I'm trying to zoom in. Again, this is a minute or two behind, so imagine this is already getting close to 131, which is right here. Even though the exact circulation about 30 seconds to a minute ago was here, I would imagine it's already reaching US 131 and West Center Avenue. This is right on the western suburbs of Portage. So again, you need to be below ground in a place of safe shelter, because this is the most active warning going on right now. And I was thinking that you might have some of the cities that would be located in the path of that storm.
Yes, I'm going to put that up right now.
And Blake is going to get that there. You go to Max 2, that would be great.
Yeah, if you are in the Parchment area, Comstock location, roughly within the next 10 minutes, this storm will be overhead. So we're talking minutes. It is now time to head to the safest portion of your home or the building that you are in right now and utilize those severe, or at least those tornado shelter plans. This will be in the Galesburg area, at least in the vicinity of this area, roughly at around 6:11. So we're talking 15 minutes from now. If the storm continues to hold its strength, Gull Lake 6:18 and possibly into the Battle Creek area at 6:29. I think it's one of those situations that we are. Oh, we're gonna, 1 second, we're looking
at our Calhoun County, Michigan Emergency Management tornado on the ground southwest of Leonidas, heading west toward Liddy Lake Campground. That's a spotter indicated, so tornado on the ground. That was as of 5:54 southwest of Leonidas, heading west toward Liddy Lake Campground. This was a spotter report. So again, confirmation of a tornado on the ground. in the Calhoun County area. I think it's the Calhoun County Emergency Manager that issued that. That is correct, yes. Okay.
And George, that one is the actual, the storm that is in the southern, the second storm that we're talking about. I'm going to zoom this out on radar. This is with this storm right here to the south.
Okay, that's that particular storm there. That's the one you're talking about. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that is the tornado warning, waiting for the new warning to come in to, this is for Calhoun County, and we're going to jump into that one right here. And this is a new warning until 7:30 this evening, and this will be for Calhoun County. And that actually has not shown up on our maps yet, but I'm going to let you know that this is going to be due to golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
So both of these thunderstorms, the tornado warned thunderstorms, are now under a PDS tag.
Explain what PDS stands for.
So this is a particularly dangerous situation, meaning that this is a life-threatening situation, as both of these thunderstorms, look at the hook echo, by the way, both of these thunderstorms have a confirmation of producing a tornado on the ground. You see both indicators of rotation. You can see that southern storm, that is the one in portions of St. Joseph County, and then one to the north now into Kalamazoo County. These are two separate supercell thunderstorms producing a tornado on the ground. And in fact, the one that has been in Kalamazoo County, this was a large and extremely dangerous tornado. So we're not talking a spin-up tornado. This is a large, dangerous tornado on the ground.
This was a Category 3 out of 4. It is along Western D Avenue, it's Q Avenue, and moving into the western suburbs of Portage right now. This will eventually track north of Western Q Avenue up through Oakland Drive, perhaps even up across US 131 already. It'll be south of Ashtimo, right to the west and just to the northwest of Portage here over the next few minutes. This is moving at the rate of a mile per minute, so it doesn't take very long to get into the southern suburbs of Kalamazoo and then heading on up toward Comstock in the next few minutes. I wanted to zoom in. This is the tornado warning for that particular storm. All again, these are different storms for Branch and St. Joseph County until 6:30 this evening. This is an observed tornado with a considerable threat. If you notice the color coding up here, it goes from radar indicated to confirmed to a considerable threat. The only other thing would be higher than that would be a tornado emergency. We have not reached that, but you can see the very strong hook echo with that right here. Blake, it is now getting into the yellow. This is where it is extremely strong winds. I'm going to try and pull some of the winds in through here. I have not seen this color on our maps before. This has got a gate-to-gate shear of 134 miles per hour. Folks, I have not seen that in my career. That is just unbelievable strong. So this is not
that is heading to the north and east again. This would, if this continues its track into Calhoun County, correct?
Yes, this is the one would help move into that area, northwestern I have not seen the color yellow on any of our maps since Doppler radar was put into Grand Rapids like this. Yeah, this is one of the strongest tornadoes I've seen on radar.
I just have an update from the National Weather Service on this particular storm that we are on right now. Again, this is in parts of St. Joseph County. At 5:57, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located just a little bit to the north of Sturgis into the Cologne area. And this is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
I want to see what this update is right here. The tornado warning for southeastern Van Buren County has been removed from the warning because it's now past that area. But for our folks in the Portage area, there is still considerable threat. That's a Category 3 out of 4 on the tornado warning scale. I wanted to look at what the velocity is. It doesn't have the impressiveness of the one down in St. Joseph County and the Calhoun County, but nonetheless, this is already into the city of Portage. So if you're in the city of Portage, hopefully you are in a place of safe shelter. Hopefully you have power. I'm just looking to see if there are power outages on the Consumers Energy outage map here down in that area, because you would expect if there are, it would show up on the map down here. There is quite a bit of activity well to the south of there. But right now, I'm not seeing any large-scale power outages. They're very small, but of course the map may take a little while to update.
And again, we have 2 thunderstorms in particular that are producing confirmed large and dangerous tornadoes. One in parts of St. Joseph, now heading into Branch County. If this continues in its track, this will head into southern Calhoun County. That is this storm right here. And what you're looking at, folks, is a look at the sampling of winds in our atmosphere. So this storm right here is the first thunderstorm that is now heading into Branch County. And then we have this confirmed large tornado that is into Kalamazoo County in the Portage area, actually right overhead Portage right now. I do want to take a look, George, at, again, let's see what we have here.
That's the one near Portage.
Mm-hmm.
Clear, there you go.
And I just want to take a look at our debris signature, and we're still indicating some, at least, debris in the vicinity.
It's not a uniform color, so that means there is something being lifted aloft. It's either debris from trees, shingles, those kinds of things. It is not necessarily all rain at the present time. But again, that is the warning down in Kalamazoo County.
And real quick, George, if you can take me in front of the wall here, I want to go back to Max 1 actually, in terms of that debris signature. What we're looking at here, when we see this general shade of, let's just call it red or pink, that is indicating that we have at least meteorological items falling from the sky. Rain, could be hail, for example. When we see those other colors, such as these yellows, a little bit of green indicating that's popping up, these are non-weather signatures in our atmosphere, and this could indicate debris being lofted in our atmosphere, and is a big reasoning why the National Weather Service went ahead with that tornado warning. And we do have confirmation again from actual weather spotters that this has been a large and dangerous tornado on the ground. This is right in the Portage area, a little bit just south of Kalamazoo. And again, this is traveling north and east. So if you are in Galesburg, Gull Lake, for example, it is now time to head inside. It is time to be in your safe space, no matter if you're at your home or in a particular building you may be in. It is time to head to that locator's specific safe spot. But this is what we're looking at right in here. That is the debris signature from this large and confirmed tornado in Kalamazoo County, now just overhead of the Portage area. We're not seeing any storm reports, at least right now. We're right here. We have a storm report within the last few minutes. This is, again, in parts of St. Joseph County. For the most part, a little bit outside of our particular viewing area, but still close enough where we need to be on this active tornado warning across the area. And George, what do you have right now?
Reports that were showing up down in portions of St. Joseph County. This is near Mendon. This is a confirmed tornado in Mendon at 5:50, and I understand we got some video from some folks in Colon. You can see that mesocyclone, large wall cloud, very close to the ground, quite a bit of a distance, but that is the storm that is producing the tornado on the ground, and that is some very interesting cloud cover. Looks more like debris cloud cover. Say that again, Roger. Okay. Kenwood Pictures, I guess, is the folks that took this video and this photo. That's amazing video, even from that distance. But again, back to Max 1, large hail as well, golf ball size hail in Fairfax, and that's part of that confirmed tornado that is on the ground in the southern part of our viewing area associated with that particular storm. Again, we're looking inside the storm. This is what we call the storm relative velocity. When you see the greens and the reds very close together, and even these colors, haven't seen this color in probably my career, at least here in southwest lower Michigan. These are very strong winds aloft with gate-to-gate shear of 169 miles per hour. That is incredible rotation, so there is definitely severe weather going on. This is to just south of Calhoun County, moving up toward Union City, south of Athens. This is very clearly likely being able to be seen on the ground. Wanted to look at the new warning that has come out for portions of Kalamazoo County. This is the warning for much of the southern and eastern part of the county, including the cities of Galesburg, Kalamazoo, Oshtemo, with that very large storm. This is a considerable threat, tornado, radar indicated storm, and that is a category 3 out of 4.
We have an update on that particular thunderstorm right now in Kalamazoo County. Again, this was at 6:05, so within the last minute. This is still a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over the heart of Portage, now just to the east as we update radar, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So in the Galesburg area, 6:15, roughly around that time. So it's a matter of 10 minutes or less now, heading into really portions of eastern and northeastern Kalamazoo County.
Near Sprinkle Road. Everyone knows where Sprinkle Road is. I know where Sprinkle Road is. It is just to the east of, or right over Portage Road, to the east of there, in fact, south of East N Avenue.
And in fact, this is almost heading right overhead the Kalamazoo Battle Creek Airport. Pretty close to it.
I don't know if back in master control or in sub-control, if you can look for the Kalamazoo Airport webcam. They have a live one on YouTube. Might be able to feed it in there. So if this is going to be going right over the airport there, that is certainly a possibility. We have a Western Michigan camera that we could probably pull up, but I'm not exactly sure if it would be able to be seen. I'm going to try that. And we could get a live view from that Kalamazoo Battle Creek Airport YouTube camera. That would be great. This is the view from Kalamazoo. Okay, they're telling me the YouTube camera is offline, which probably would make sense, but this is the view from the Kalamazoo Airport, or Kalamazoo, Western Michigan location. I don't know if we can see anything on the Battle Creek. Nope, not quite yet. But again, that's the crazy part of that storm. We're going to go back to hopefully where that storm is moved into. Blake, you jump right in. You're looking at something on radar scope that you're pretty excited about.
Just to the north of Portage, George, I'm going to step in front of the chroma key here just to get a better look. This is what we're looking at in terms of where the rotation's at, right in the heart of here, just outside of Portage, now heading to the south of Comstock. And this is pretty tight rotation when we have these inbound and outbound winds from radar. When these are close together, we call that a couplet, and that is indicating the rotation or spin in this particular thunderstorm. And it is enough because this is now this has been a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. George, can you put on the debris signature here real quick? Because
I can certainly do that for you.
Because it does appear over the last couple minutes we have seen our debris signature pick up in intensity, and yeah, there it is.
That's a debris ball.
That's a debris ball right there, and that is that's indicative because that is the location of where those winds, those greens and reds, are meeting together. That's where the spin of the storm is located, and now we can even confirm even further that this is still a large and dangerous tornado based on the debris that's being lofted up into the atmosphere. Yeah, right in here. That's where the reds are, the outbound winds, the inbound winds right here, and that's in the middle. That's where the tornado is located. So just crossing Sprinkle Road right now, George, and this is probably going to just head, if you're in the Galesburg area, yeah, this is going to be a close call right here because this is traveling a little bit to the east-northeast. So again, if you're in the Galesburg area, heading really the eastern half of Kalamazoo County, again, I can't stress this enough, this is the time to head to the safest place in your home or whatever building you are in, because this is, again, a extremely large and dangerous tornado that has been confirmed really for over the last 20 to 30 minutes now. And we do have that.
There's the confirmation right there.
There's the confirmation, yeah, in the Portage area.
This was an official NWS OBS 2 miles west of Portage. Confirmed tornado touchdown. Time was estimated from radar. So going back to where the signature is right now, that is the storm that is now continuing to produce perhaps a tornado on the ground. Folks in Portage, I hope you are safe. I hope you have power. You got any neighbors to the north and east in the Galesburg area, northwest of Climax? This is how the storm is going to be progressing. I'm going to put a timeline on this. If I push it off to the northeast, you can see it'll reach the Galesburg area around 6:19, which is in about 10 minutes or so. Charleston Township and the Fort Custer State Park at 6:25. This is across the heart of Kalamazoo County, where the tornado warning remains in effect. This is a considerable threat from a tornado. We're going to zoom out a little bit, show you the wider view. This is a Category 3 out of 4 tornado warning alerts. This is just one below a tornado emergency. This is an observed tornado on the ground, and warning will be in effect for about another 50 minutes or so, or at least until it crosses over into Calhoun County.
And George, if you stop radar real quick, you can still see that signature of what we call a hook echo, at least hooking on the backside of that storm, where we're having winds come in, what we call inflow, and still having winds on the backside, and that's what's creating that rotation right in here, just now outside of the Portage area, that's heading towards probably a pretty close call towards Galesburg within the next several minutes. So again, right over Sprinkle Road, and here's the next radar
there's the next
scan
radar
right here.
scan.
Yeah. Notice that this is still really tight, George.
Eastern N Avenue, heading toward Eastern MN Avenue. I do love how they name the roads down in Kalamazoo County. They're my favorite. And I'm looking at some gate-to-gate shear. Not quite as impressive as it was earlier. Nonetheless, this is up to 50 miles per hour or higher. That is a 132 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear right there.
Yeah, so this is some strong rotation still in this storm. Again, if you are in the Galesburg area, it is time to take cover. George, what do you have right now?
Anna just is going to hand me this and tell me what's going to happen here. The tornado warning remains in effect for which county then again, Anna?
The tornado emergency is for Northern Branch.
This is for Northern Branch County. This is a tornado emergency. This is a Category 4 out of 4 for a tornado. It's this one right here. Okay, this is, I'm gonna put the warning on it, and yeah, the information that is just coming out. Here we go. That's the one right here. Is this the one?
Yeah,
yes, this is the one.
Union City. Yep.
Union City, this is the tornado warning it's in effect for Branch County until 6:30. This is Union City. You can see in the upper left, the threat is considered a catastrophic. This is a tornado, a particularly dangerous situation. I guess they do have one other category above that, considerable, catastrophic, and emergency. So this is a catastrophic threat for the areas just south of the Calhoun County line. So if you are up in the Decatur area, especially Union City, this is a large and dangerous tornado on the ground. It is now a Category 4 out of 5, I guess, or 5 out of 5. As you can see, the colors in through here indicating gate-to-gate shear of at least 68 miles per hour. I'm going to clear that off the screen. 79 mile per hour winds. Going to pull a couple of more of these as my colleagues are showing us different information here.
Yeah, real quick. Roger, what were you saying again, real quick? This is going to be in the Colon area of... We're going to have new video from the Colon area pretty soon.
Okay, that sounds great. I'm looking at all of the gate-to-gate shear, over 90 mile per hour winds. And again, this is at about 3,000 or 4,000 feet above the ground. This is a tornado catastrophic warning, at least a 4 out of 5. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You have a different look at another tornado warning down in that area. This is for what county?
This is for...
This is for Branch County,
for
until
Branch
6:40
County, yeah.
count. This is another tornado warning. I'm going to look at the inside of that storm.
I just want to go back to that, the one to the north. This is just the latest update from the Weather Service because
okay, this is the one
by Union City. This is still a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that's located near the Burlington area.
I noticed that they issued just a warning just to the north of there. I don't think it has printed out yet. This is a tornado warning now for Calhoun County. Has that warning actually come on out?
Yes.
Oh, that's the one you're reading. Go ahead and read it.
Yeah, this is the one right now. So this is at 6:13. Just a few minutes ago. This is another confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near the Burlington area or 9 miles north and west of Coldwater. So again, we have several, more than one, confirmed large and dangerous tornadoes on the ground.
Unbelievable. Right here is this is tornado number 1 of 3 at least. This is near Union City. That is the one there. We are still tracking this one, which is in Kalamazoo County.
Yep.
I apologize. Going to be moving up south of Galesburg or very close to it. All of those are tornadoes on the ground under supercell supercell storms. And there's yet a third one that is a little bit farther to the south and west of Coldwater. You can see down through here, all of these moving fairly rapidly up to the north and east. One more look at the tornado warning down here to the south. Radar indicated storm for Branch, Hillsdale, and Steuben County, Indiana.
Real quick, George, it does look like we have some video from the Calhoun area. Wow.
Okay, you could describe this if you want, Blake.
Yeah, obviously this is pretty evident. This is the confirmed tornado that was in the Calhoun area within the last 20 minutes or so. And wow, you can really see that circulation.
Unbelievable. And that's that storm, the same storm, not a new storm, but it's the same storm that is heading toward now north of Union City. It's already crossed into southern Valley. Yeah, look at that. Is there multiple vortices on that?
That looks like
there
are some.
Oh, that's a multi-vortex tornado.
That's a multi-vortex tornado.
There's at least 2, maybe 3 forming. Wow, unbelievable video. I wouldn't recommend filming it while you're driving, but that's just amazing stuff. Hopefully everybody is safe there. We want to make sure that everybody remains safe in those areas. We're going to focus on the storm moving up into, yes, it's north of Union City or right around the Union City area, moving up into southern portions of Calhoun County. You have got a new warning, I believe, that Blake is going to talk about on Max 2.
Yeah, so this this is a severe thunderstorm warning. I want to make this clear. This is not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be in for Muskegon and parts of Oceana County. These are some of the thunderstorms over Lake Michigan within the last hour or so. We talked about this a few minutes ago. These storms producing maximum wind gusts of 60 miles per hour and upwards of inch-size hail, so quarter-size hail. No tornado indicated with these storms, nor do we think that there would be any rotation with these storms as of now, but still a severe thunderstorm warning now in portions of Muskegon and Oceana County. I'm going to just step in front of radar real quick in front of the
Next one, you can see that new reports are coming in from the southern part of our viewing area. We have the tornado confirmed down in the Mendon area, which was right around 5:50. Also confirmed a tornado sighting in the Leonidas area. We talked about that. The confirmed tornado in west of Portage. That was right around 6 o'clock this evening. And some very large hail now showing up. Also golf ball size hail in the Fairfax region, and also tennis ball size hail near Leonidas. We also have this warning that came in, or at least this report of severe weather in the Portage area. I'm going to actually do a little bit more, show you a little bit more what's going on with the stuff near Portage.
Yeah, can we go back
this
to
had
next
large
one real quick,
trees
guys?
down, power lines down, shingles scattered around, possible tornado at the time at 5:55 p.m. And I heard, Blake, you want to go to over to Max 2, correct, sir?
Yeah, that was up. Now we're back to Max 1 real quick. Sorry about that, George.
That's okay. We can talk about the warnings in Muskegon County, but again, the real strong storms that are occurring right now are in the Kalamazoo area, continuing pushing to the north and east, where there is a catastrophic warning for the northeastern and eastern part of Kalamazoo County as the storm has produced a confirmed tornado. It is just about in the Galesburg area, crossing 94 right now. Eastern Michigan Avenue coming out of Galesburg, South 40th Street are the boundary lines. That's M96. As opposed to I-96, M96, going to be heading up toward Eastern Q Avenue. Again, if you're in Galesburg, you're already getting hit very hard with this storm. Charleston Township, Fort Custer State Park, if you know any folks that are camping there, they need to be gone. They need to be someplace besides in their campground or their tent. They need to be in a place of substantial shelter, hopefully below ground.
This is pretty much overhead of the Fort Custer State Park.
Absolutely, heading in that direction anyway. Want to put at least a little bit of a last 15 minutes on this. Radar scans take about 1 to 2 minutes to update, so these are moving at the rate of about a mile per minute. And I know that's going very, very fast, so we'll slow that down just a little bit. And as you can see in the last 15 minutes how that has progressed. We can also put a timeline on with our rotational loop. For a while there, we were seeing some very strong indications right up into this category, into the hot pink. And it looks like that is yet to update, so this is a little behind actually the storm velocity radar, showing where the strongest rotation is right to the south, right in the suburbs of Galesburg, if you want to call it that. Again, if you're in the Fort Custer State Park area and western suburbs of Battle Creek, you need to be into your safe shelter location right now.
Yeah, and the big thing too, if you are to the north and west of Battle Creek in the Springfield area, let's just already head to that safe space of wherever you're at. You are already under a tornado warning at this time, I believe. Yeah, under Calhoun County. So look at the structure of this storm.
Yeah, it's just absolutely amazing. Calhoun County, you are going to have 2 active tornado warnings at the same time. I don't think I've ever seen that, Blake. 2 tornado warnings, because there's 2 separate cells. This is the one here moving into the southern part of the county, near Tecontia, west of Tecontia, and there's this one that's going to clip the areas of Battle Creek to the northeast of Battle Creek, or eastern western Battle Creek suburbs.
I know we have this active situation. I do want to go back. Can we go back to Max 2 real quick to the folks in the back? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Buren County, but this is heading back into the same locations close to that just dealt with the previous confirmed tornadoes. And look at that storm back to the west, George, in Buren County, kind of showcasing a little bit of that hook signature to it. And actually the National Weather Service has put a tornado possible with this storm. These storms reloading again in portions of Buren County that's heading towards the Cass Van Buren County line, so north of Indian Lake towards Sister Lakes, for example, and to the Decatur area if this holds its strength.
You can come back to Max 1. Yeah, I've got to zoom in on that cell that you were talking about. Max 1, please. And you can see that there's the rotation. Not as impressive as the other ones, but nonetheless, this is the severe thunderstorm warned storm right in through here. And that is, all of these are what we call discrete supercell thunderstorms. So they're just reloading. The atmosphere is reloading. Could produce another spin up of a tornado, even though we are tracking the stronger ones in the Kalamazoo and Calhoun County areas. I don't know if you want to continue to track those. I can see there are the 2 that we're really concerned about. About a minute or 2, this will be updating again. This is crossing I-94 east of, or right near Galesburg, heading maybe just south of the Fort Custer State Park. But this is Battle Creek right here. So in the next, about 45 minutes or so, let's put a track on this, Blake, showing where it is now. I'm going to kind of guess it's probably right about here.
Yeah, a little bit to the
We're going to
east,
put it in through here. When does it reach downtown Battle Creek? 6:36.
So about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just having trying to think while I'm on my feet. It looks like it has now moved Again, as we said, it has moved in the last radar scan. It's right over I-94 along eastern Michigan Avenue, which is a little bit further south there.
And it does look like, George, this latest radar scan, a little bit more loose, broader in the way of rotation. Those greens and reds not as tightly compacted as what we've seen previously, but still a dangerous situation, of course. But that, if there's a silver lining here, it does look like some of that rotation, that storm, at least not as strong as what it was showing a few minutes ago.
Nonetheless, it's still a very dangerous tornado. It's a considerable threat. That's a 3 out of 4 or 5. And we have a radar report of 4-inch diameter hail in Union City, measuring upwards of 4 inches. That is from a spotter. And I can't imagine what size 4-inch hail looks like. Is that about the size of a DVD? People know what DVDs are still, don't they?
This is 4-inch size hail is softball size hail. So
yes, okay.
Yeah.
There it is, softball size hail.
Wow.
Unbelievable. My daughter played softball, so imagine getting hit or property with that. That is from Union City, right along the southern Calhoun County line. All part of that same supercell thunderstorm moving through those areas. I want to go back to the velocity scan to show you that right over the city of Decatur right now is where that storm is got the strongest rotation. Got to keep in mind that the radar beam goes out from the radar, the ground curves and goes lower. So this is probably at a distance of maybe 30, 40 miles, and it's about 3,000, maybe 4,000 feet up in the air. Anything below that, we need eyes and ears to give us confirmation of what's going on below that. And that has got gate-to-gate shear of 47 with a inbound and an outbound of about 60 miles an hour. That's gate-to-gate shear of 35. And we have an update or a new tornado warning. I want to see what the update is. This is the update for that particular storm. That's the one we're talking about. Let's put the radar severe velocity on that. That is that storm near Galesburg. And if you've got the information for that, I can read it off right from the National Weather Service. That is north of East MN Avenue, right over South 40th Street, approaching South 44th Street and East Michigan Avenue in Charleston Township. Go ahead and read that there.
This is the update to this particular tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near the climax area or 7 miles west of Battle Creek, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So this is no longer a situation where there's a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is just radar indicated now in the eastern half of Kalamazoo County. So again, the climax area, this is now to the east of Galesburg. This is heading towards western Calhoun County, just to the west of Battle Creek. But it is all about this thunderstorm. This is a separate thunderstorm that's still producing that large and dangerous tornado.
There are so many multiple locations for possible and confirmed tornadoes. This is number 1 right here. That's the one that Blake was just talking about. This is the number 2 storm right here that's moving into Teconcha. There's the other number 3 tornadic cell down near Coldwater. All of these moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. All confirmed tornadoes. All could be causing damage and certainly putting people in their shelter locations, and hopefully you are safe. Do you have an update on any of the warnings to the west of us here in Grand Rapids?
So real quick, I just want to focus on let's go to Max 2 real quick. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place. A severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning for Muskegon and Oceana County with the main hazard of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. So we're talking quarter-size hail. These storms came from Lake Michigan, or traversed their way through Lake Michigan. This is moving eastward at about 40 miles per hour. So if we time this out here, again, this is already on the doorstep of Muskegon, but if you are in the Fremont area, Newaygo, for example, within the next half hour, Grant, as this travels towards parts of Newaygo County, again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning with wind gusts in 60 miles per hour. Here's our Muskegon camera right now, and you can see that storm coming through right over the heart of Muskegon right now. And we have another update. Let's go back to Max 1 real quick.
And update for the folks in Kalamazoo County. According to the statement I just handed Blake, it looks like the tornado warning for Kalamazoo County
has come to an end.
Has come to an end, although this is the warning, I think. This is the one for Kalamazoo County. This one likely is expected to be canceled. Or it has been canceled, according to the National Weather Service. Still seeing some rotation in there, not quite as broad though, and it has weakened a bit. But if you're still in the western suburbs of Battle Creek and into northeast or northwestern Calhoun County, that is still an area of concern. Because that is still a rotation.
They're
there.
still
not as strong as it was, and perhaps I'm going to take a look at the debris signature to see if there's anything. There's still some debris. It's not a uniform color like this. It is definitely different colors, so there's some debris lofted or at least still falling and reaching the ground. But that is still a broad rotation moving. Now it's right along the county line there. It is in east and southeast of the Fort Custer State Park. It is south of Level Park and moving into the western suburbs of Battle Creek. And kind of try to zoom on in. Hill Brady Road, River Road West. It is already now to the east of Fort Custer State Park, so the campers can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, but you can see many of the streets on the western suburbs of Battle Creek going to be approaching this at least mesocyclone or wall cloud.
Yeah, and at the very least, this is producing some stronger wind gusts, most likely some degree of hail. And again, we still have this broad rotation, at least enough spin in this storm that could produce a tornado. And this has a history of producing a tornado across portions of Kalamazoo County. Again, this is heading now to the east of Fort Custer State Park. This is heading a little bit towards the Springfield area. So if you're in the Springfield area, just a few things. If you're towards, let's just say JB's Whiskey, that's an eating place. Begg Park Disc Golf Course, that is the general area from just to the north and west of the Battle Creek Airport. That is where that thunderstorm is located.
The more impressive storm, though, right here is for that tornado-warned storm in southern Calhoun County, including the cities of Albion, anybody at Albion College, Battle Creek, and Marshall, although that is south and east of the Marshall area, south and east of the Battle Creek area. This is the storm that continues to show quite a bit of rotation with it. It's now to the north and east of Teconcha, right in through there. And I'm going to try and zoom in. That's along M60. And if you drive that route from Teconcha up toward, is that 23 Mile Road? It does look like that. And into Concord, which is southeast of our viewing area for the most part. This is the storm that is still showing considerable rotation. It's east of 69. If you've ever taken 69 out of Lansing down into Indiana, that is just to the east of 69, east of Teconcha. There's probably some debris being lofted, not as much as was indicated earlier. Nonetheless, I'm sure there is at least some left over from that storm as it's been moving up out of the Cass County, Branch County, through Teconcha, and now up along M60. This is well south of Marshall. Again, a very, very dangerous storm in that area.
Yeah, and George, I know this is getting a little bit out of our viewing area pretty shortly, but if you have friends or family in the Jackson area, let them know that this storm is heading into their direction to the east. This is, again, that still confirmed tornado in parts of Calhoun County, the eastern half of Calhoun County. That's now east of 69, just to the south and east of Marshall. This is heading into Jackson County. So if you have friends or family in the Jackson County area, not a bad idea to give them a simple text, ring of the phone to let them know it's time to be aware that there is a dangerous thunderstorm heading their way.
I'm still concerned about the folks in Battle Creek with that storm. Did you want to take a look at what's happening just to our west for the folks in Muskegon and Holland, just to reassure those folks that those storms looks like they've already come on shore there?
Okay, we have a picture of hail from Montague, and yeah, producing at least some marginal hail. to the point, yeah, this is that severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for Muskegon and Oceana County, most likely occurring within the last few minutes. And there's our Muskegon tower cam as that storm is right overhead right now. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Muskegon and Oceana County. We can take Max 2 real quick. There it is. There's no tornado warning if you're watching from Muskegon or Oceana County. This is just a severe thunderstorm warning. The main concern here, wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour and hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. So quarter-size hail, and we saw some of that hail in the Montague area. That picture sent in just a second ago. This is all traveling to the east-northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So if we put a quick track on this, I just want to do this real quickly. Again, this is heading towards mostly Newaygo County. So if you're watching from the Fremont area, even eastern Muskegon County, Wolf Lake, Twin Lake, yeah, this storm's overhead. Head inside. Time to head inside. If you have anyone in Newaygo County, if you're watching, again, Fremont, Newaygo itself, even as far east as Big Rapids, maybe.
James Ducey has got a photo of us, and the location once again was Greenspire Apartments in Portage. You can see those snapped off. Those trees are snapped off about 30 feet above the ground, I would imagine. So this has produced the large trees down and lots of power lines as these storms continue to move very quickly with quite a bit of damage. I want to go back to Max 1 and show you that of all the debris, all the rotational signatures, here is the one moving into the western suburbs of Battle Creek. This is one north of Colon moving through that area. This is the one near Tekonsha. There's also one east of Coldwater. There was one further south, but these are 4 discrete tornadoes that are being indicated on the radar at the present. I noticed we got a new tornado warning update. This is for Calhoun County. This is a continuation. Severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado near Battle Creek, moving northeast at 30. What you can expect, the hazards from this is a tornado and golf ball size hail. It says take cover now. Radar indicated tornado. Not a confirmed tornado, but certainly radar indicated as these storms are moving through there. Let's put a debris, or I should say a little track to that. Yep. This is where the broad rotation is. This is getting right down into the streets. 20th Street North, Avenue A, Jackson Street, West Highland Boulevard, Upton Avenue. This is just in the western suburbs. These are in subdivisions of Battle Creek, just south of West River Road. Going to be heading up into the Washington Avenue Industrial Park Northeast. I see that looks like M17. Oh no, M37. That's the road that comes out of Hastings all the way down into Battle Creek. This is going to be heading through the western and then northwestern suburbs of Battle Creek. This is a radar indicated tornado, but this has had a history of severe thunderstorms as it's moved to the northeast, and that's the actual radar reflectivity of the storm. And that's not the only concern in Calhoun County as we speak.
And we do have those 2 separate thunderstorms. I do want to go back to some of the video we showed earlier, George, of in the Colon area. This is the same thunderstorm, or at least tornado-producing thunderstorm, that is now in the eastern half of Calhoun County. And some of this video, pretty remarkable, George. Just the rotation, you can just see it clearly on this video right here. And again, this was
wall cloud.
Yep.
And multiple vortex, I could see in the video we saw. We call it multiple vortex. We call the spin of the tornado may not just be one single finger down to the ground. Here's the one where you can see the one off to the left
almost
being
like
spun up.
Fingers.
Yes, and that is very impressive. Look at how it's almost a dual tornado on the ground, hopefully over uninhabited areas. But
and then there's a still picture of it,
That is amazing video. Thank you for the person that sent that in. That is unbelievable video of those storms.
And again, that same thunderstorm that produced this in the Colon area in St. Joseph County, this is in the eastern half of now Calhoun County, heading towards Jackson County. So a little bit outside of our viewing area pretty shortly, but still a very dangerous thunderstorm.
I noticed that there was at least one report of some hail up there in Whitehall. I think you showed the picture of that.
Yep, there it is.
That's nickel-sized hail. You have to have hail up to 1 inch in diameter to be considered, quote-unquote, a severe thunderstorm. But anytime you have hail coming out of a storm, that is considered at least a strong thunderstorm, if not approaching the severe characteristics. And the 4 tornadoes that have been reported so far today have been all in this area, southern lower Michigan, with the storm down in Angola, Indiana. Know if anybody there. Also, that is near Crooked Lake. And also the tornado that was reported here a little while ago in Leonidas. Also in the Mendon area at 5:50, and the one near Schoolcraft in Portage at 6 o'clock. All of these are those discrete storm cells, and also the hail, golf ball size hail, now reported in the Coldwater area.
And George, real quick, there is now a confirmed damage report in the Portage area of the FedEx building damaged.
Okay.
That was the tornado that went over the Portage area. The FedEx building in Portage damaged and partially collapsed.
Okay, that's that storm right there. Brian Blodgett has got some photos we're going to bring up to the screen here in momentarily. You can describe those if you would, Blake.
Yeah, you can see where these this photo right here is showcasing some of these trees and branches completely snapped off. Indicating that at the very least we're talking straight line winds, but based on what we're seeing from radar over the last 2 hours, that this just confirms more. And look at this photo, George. You can see, part of the
shingles
roof.
off. That's probably what contributed to the debris signature that we showed you. This is where it was a non-uniform color. We saw the greens and blues together. When you lift raindrops and compare them to shingles, they don't look the same, so it puts a different color in, and that's probably what was being lofted into the air. On Max 1, we got a little bit closer look at where the tornado touchdown was, kind of right in through there. Probably not right in the middle of that lake, but that is probably very near where the FedEx Center was. That is that particular storm there. That is just the radar indicated OBS. Nope, this is the one thunderstorm wind damage also there. It perhaps has not made it into the National Weather Service database yet, but nonetheless, unless the terminal is way over here, which I don't think so, the FedEx terminal, this is wind damage there in Portage, 3-foot diameter trees down. Also here, this is where the FedEx building is. I'm having it in Kalamazoo. This is where the FedEx building is with the damage that's being shown right here. So this is on Portage Road, north of South Westnedge and South Sprinkle Road, west of there. That is the FedEx building damage, possible tornado. I think that is probably a likelihood.
Yeah, pretty close to the Kalamazoo Airport.
Absolutely. And the Kalamazoo Airport went offline here for a little while, the airport camera. Wanted to see where the storm was up near Battle Creek. We still have folks watching us in Battle Creek. You can see that is still right on the western suburbs. I'm waiting for a radar update. I want to see if this will jump out of this. I love that little thing in the corner, but it's covering up all my stuff. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. That is the rotation in the western suburbs, the subdivisions of Battle Creek. Just west of downtown. Of course, this was a few minutes ago, so I'm thinking, Blake, that this rotation is probably now just in through here, right over the city of Battle Creek. This was a few minutes ago, so this is moving rapidly in this direction. Northern Calhoun County, you're still under that tornado warning until about 6:45. Here comes the next radar scan. It's partially completed. It will get there in one more rotation scan. And 3, 2, 1, here we go. Yes.
Yeah, now it's there.
Now it's there. Yeah, right over downtown Battle Creek. That is unbelievable. M66, Emmett Street, North Avenue, Gorsline Road, Verona Road to the east. This is going to be north of Brownlee Park as well, north of Sunrise Heights, as it continues to spin its way through downtown Battle Creek. Yeah,
this is now crossing right around M66 to the east now of Bailey Park. for those familiar in the area, a little bit north of Brownlee Park as well.
Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, or an update anyway. This is for portions of Oceana County. It looks like the southeastern part of Oceana County, good portion of central Muskegon County, including Fruitport, Muskegon, Norton Shores. Go ahead and read that off there, Blake.
Yeah, these thunderstorms located, obviously you can see right here on radar, for it's extending from a line from basically southeastern Oceana County, so the Hesperia area, towards Muskegon itself, heading towards even near Fruitport, and this is moving north and east at about 40 miles per hour. So this is going to mostly impact the rest of Muskegon County and head into Newaygo County. So if you're watching from White Cloud, for example, Newaygo, while this is a severe thunderstorm warning, this is still an important thing to be weather aware about and head inside and let this storm pass.
So Newaygo County, yes, be very, very careful in those areas. It does have a new, we're going to take a tower cam. This is, looks like
Muskegon.
That is in Muskegon. Okay, very good. Looks a little gray, a little ominous, a little dark. Yeah, not the greatest afternoon and evening going on, but nonetheless, still a very active situation. And this is in the Portage area. I did want to report that the tornado warning for eastern Kalamazoo County, which is right in through here, it's moved out of the county, so the warning has been canceled for that. But Blake was just showing me a local storm report out of the northeast of Portage, just 1 mile northeast of there. One injury reported as a person was taking cover from the possible tornado that was hit by debris as she got out of her car, and hopefully on her way to some medical help there. That is for northeast of Portage, and that occurred at what time?
6:05.
6:05. So that was about 45 minutes ago. This does take a while for the reports to get on in.
And this is the same thunderstorm that is now to the north and really north and east of Battle Creek now.
Yep, and I can still see some radar indicated rotation in the northern suburbs or northern subdivisions of Battle Creek, but that's not the only storm in Calhoun County. There is this one, which is just about ready to move out of the southeastern part of the county. This is south of Albion, east of 23 Mile Road, and north of right along M60 near M99. Those are all in Albion Township, south of Albion. Not sure if Albion still has students at the college or not, but nonetheless, there's a second rotation in the southeast part of the county, including also to the north suburbs of Battle Creek, where there are still some strong indications of rotation. Anything else you've got over there, Blake, that you could pass along to our viewers?
Just keeping an eye on a few showers and storms to the west of these warnings that are in parts of Calhoun and now Jackson County. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning, again, across portions of Muskegon and Oceana County. If we can take Max 2 just real quickly. That is the severe thunderstorm warning that's still in place, Muskegon, Oceana County, until 7:15. The main concern here, some marginal hail, upwards of 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So that's now less than severe criteria, but still any degree of hail important, and maximum wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. This is mostly heading into Newaygo County. So if you live in Newaygo County, this is the time to head inside, let this storm pass. But the good news is that we are not indicating any tornadic characteristics with this storm. This is just some gustier winds, some torrential rain, and possibly some marginal hail as of now. And there's the view in Muskegon. That storm, for the most part, starting to pass Muskegon. Back to Max 2, you can see that there's still a few more showers, at least across portions of Holland, heading into parts of Ottawa and Allegan County. Nothing severe right now, but some casual downpours starting to approach from a line, Sparta, all the way to Allendale, so where Grand Valley's at, outside of Holland and Saugatuck, and still have this thunderstorm that was warned, George, in Berrien County. It no longer has a warning attached to it, I believe, but still a thunderstorm working through the same area that dealt with that initial tornado warning in the Decatur area about almost 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I do not have any indication with the storm in Berrien County coming up into Van Buren County. This is the second thunderstorm coming up for you folks. This one is not tornadic, not appearing to be tornadic at this point. Only tornado warnings that we have is for Calhoun County and on Max 1, the tornado warning for Calhoun County, and that will remain in effect until, let's see, what time? That's until 7:15. That is in about 25 minutes or so. We also have the severe thunderstorm warnings back to the northwest for portions of Oceana and Muskegon counties. This is going to remain in effect till 7:15 as well. These are the two areas of concern, and most likely these will be storm warned as they get into Newaygo County, if there is enough indication of some severe weather characteristics with those.
Yeah, and those
Right
are
now,
starting
those
to
are-
push into Newaygo County.
Right now, it's maximum wind would be 60, which is severe weather threshold, and less than 3/4 of an inch of hail in diameter. You saw the hail there in Montague. It looked more to be about nickel-sized hail at that present time. I'm going to look to see what the Ville is up in there. Not quite as impressive, but nonetheless, these storm cells have a Ville or a vertical integrated liquid of about 20 plus to 20, 30 plus.
Some pretty marginal hail.
Pretty marginal hail, but nonetheless, it still can cause some damage, especially to those new plants that you put out there. Looks like there's an update to this tornado warning, which is for Calhoun County. This is still the radar indicated, and the radar echoes are starting to weaken, it appears to me. So you can go ahead and read all that
Yeah,
off there.
this is latest tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado located over Brownlee Park, or just northeast of Battle Creek, moving north and east at about 25 miles per hour. A second severe thunderstorm south of Albion was also capable of producing a tornado. And again, both of these storms have had a history of producing damaging tornadoes.
There's the one south of Albion, moving into the county adjacent to Calhoun, because I'm not real. You're more, is that Jackson County? You're more.
Yeah, more into Jackson County once we get to the east of Albion.
And this is the broad circulation now to the northeastern suburbs, moving away from Battle Creek, right in through here. This is the area that they're tracking that second tornado warned storm in the northern part of Calhoun County.
And both of these thunderstorms also still have the capability of producing quarter-size hail. And remember, we had a hail report of 4-inch size hail earlier in the Union City area.
This is the current hail potential. That storm here, west of 69, that's not the strongest one. This is the stronger of the storms that will be producing hail. South of Beetle Lake, this is in Newton Township. I want to put a look at the Ville on this. Not as strong as it was, but I bet this could produce up to 1-inch diameter hail. Ville of 51, that is fairly respectable. This is all again in Calhoun County. Those are the strongest storms. Back to the west, there's also the storm moving through Van Buren County, just south of I-94, southeast of Lawrence, southwest of Paw Paw. Again, that has a Ville running up to around 47, probably nickel-sized hail with that storm as well. All of these capable of producing the severe weather that we've been talking about.
And we still, again, have that separate severe thunderstorm warning in portions
Max 2
of parts of Muskegon and Oceana County. That one
Max 2,
is
please.
producing, again, some wind upwards of 60 miles per hour. Can we get to Max 2 for everyone that's in the back? There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you can see hail, nothing that's of severe note, we're upwards of about 3/4 of an inch at best. But again, as we've shown, anytime we're dealing with hail, still can produce some damage, but some wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. This is on its last portion of Oceana and Muskegon County, really in the eastern half of the area. So this is over the Twin Lake area. And really now, if you're in Twin Lake, the storm almost done with. You're on the back side of the storm, but it's mainly right into here. I'm going to put on a better look at radar. You can see we're generally right in here. That's where we could see probably the bulk of the hail. That's where you see those strongest colors of orange and even red, even a shade of magenta, and that's indicating at least some heavier precipitation, most likely some small hail that's reaching the ground. Again, this is heading towards western Newaygo County, so if you're in the Fremont area, time to head inside if you may still have someone cutting the lawn per se, trying to get some things done last minute, yeah, it's time to head inside. That storm is right overhead. Again, this is the northern half of this storm heading across M20 between Hesperia and White Cloud. And George, we got an update.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the consumer power outage map.
There we go.
This is showing portions of our southern viewing area from 96 south. You can see most of the reds and oranges and yellows are concentrated in the Kalamazoo and Battle Creek areas further south down toward the Michigan-Indiana border. Right now, 25,738 folks are without power, 175 separate power outages. So a lot of folks probably not able to see us down there at the present time, but the severe weather is starting to wind down just a little bit. And I understand from the Portage area, we have some more video of those storms. Perhaps you could describe this a little bit there, Blake.
Yeah, you can see some of that broad rotation right now, trying to get a better view. This is the first time we're seeing this video. Yeah, look at all that rotation with this supercell thunderstorm that again crossed the Portage area, and this was a confirmed tornado. There it is. Yeah, you can see that in the middle of your screen. That is the
very rain wrapped.
Very rain wrapped as well. But the broad mesocyclone that's thousands of feet in our atmosphere, and then there's enough tight rotation that reached the surface where it did produce that confirmed tornado in the Portage area right overhead. In fact, we did have another storm report of the FedEx building in the Portage itself that was at least partially destroyed. And you can see that rotation is rather strong.
Savannah got this video to us and put us on the air, and perhaps you have some great pictures. There's some more great pictures, maybe some video as well. And there's a way to send that to the 3 and 4 of us. Get your camera out and scan that QR code there in the upper corner. And that will, if you click on that link, that'll take you to where you need to, how you can send in your video or photos, or you can just text the word storm to 616-559-1310. And that will do the same thing, and it will get information on how to submit your video or your pictures, and we'll put some of the best ones on tonight at 11.
George, I want to go back to Max 2 real quick. Thanks so much to the people in the back that are helping us out with this. But this is a storm that doesn't look warned by any means right now, but this is in the same area that dealt with the tornado, at least in the vicinity of it about an hour or two ago in the Decatur, Lawton area. George, look at some of this velocity I'm about to pull up here. You can see that there at least is a little bit of broad rotation within the last 15 minutes or so, right in here.
Yeah,
you can see that right to the east of Decatur.
Who says that 2 tornadoes can't occur in one spot in one day?
It can sure be possible with the right ingredients.
And with that storm cell down there, not only there a little bit of rotation, but we just got a storm report from that location that there was 3/4 inch diameter hail 6 miles southeast of Decatur. That just came in. That was reported at 5:42, so perhaps that was a little while ago. Nonetheless, there was certainly some hail reported with that. Kind of zooming in on that on Max 1, and that's where it's called penny size hail. By a train spotter. The time was estimated from radar. Looks like we might have some new information there, Blake.
Some good news, at least from the Muskegon, Oceana County storm, is that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. But if you're watching from Newaygo County, you're Newaygo proper, White Cloud, towards to the north of M20, towards US 10, even towards Baldwin, for example, still time. Head inside, let this storm pass. Still a bit on the strong side, but at least from a severe perspective, that warning has been canceled for Muskegon and Oceana County. And now we're looking out of our Muskegon tower camera. And Muskegon, this storm for the most part has passed, and on the back side of that system, sky's trying to actually clear out a little bit.
It looks like a rain shaft,
or a little bit of a rain shaft there.
Or maybe a hail shaft out over the lake. I'm not sure what direction we're pointing. Is that more west? That looks to the west. Okay, some more pictures from Chase down in Colon. There you go.
Wow.
That's one large piece of hail. You notice it's not always round.
No.
Because the hail can fuse together to make one large piece of hail. Is that the 4-inch diameter hail?
It was close in the vicinity of the Colon area and then towards Union City. Union City was actually where that
was at. So
that was the same thunderstorm that traveled from
wow.
Colon to Union City, north and east.
That's a great photo. Sometimes if you have a dollar bill, put it in your hand and set it next to it, and then we go, oh, look at that. We can't tell if you have NBA hands or smaller hands. I won't name any people, but yeah, NBA hands that could be a basketball size.
Basketball size.
If that was yes, absolutely. So yeah, great photo. Appreciate Chase sending that in too. We are efforting
Jim Hollis,
an audio call or a video call from, again, who was it?
From Jim. Jim Hollis.
If you're ready to open his mic, that's great. Hey,
yeah,
Jim.
Yeah, Jim, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hey, Jim, this is meteorologist Blake Hansen and Chief Meteorologist George Lessons. What were you seeing in the Portage area?
This is Chase.
Oh, this is Chase, okay.
Sorry. Go ahead. Describe what you saw.
We live in Colon, and me and my fiance were sitting there, and it was getting kind of dark and whatever, typical Michigan storm. And I peek outside and I say, "Hey, come look at this. The clouds are kind of being crazy. It makes me a little nervous." Well, then, as I keep looking at it, it gets serious, and it pops over the tree line, and then you can watch the tornado. I actually touched down in the field right next to my house, and we watched it. We went to the basement, and then I come back up being nosy, and you could watch it go across the field, destroying trees and houses, and it was just something unreal.
And to kind of describe it at least, where are you exactly located in the Colon area, Chase?
Just north of Colon on Corral Road.
Okay. Wow, and that was when you were kind of thinking, you were the one that shot that video of the actual tornado. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So, was there any damage that you were able to see, or at least anything that appeared where that tornado was at least causing some sort of damage to the area?
At my house, a quarter mile down the road, it took the center pivot out of the field and laid it across the road. A guy had just built a new house and a barn, and the barn was destroyed, laying in just toothpicks. Trees uprooted everywhere.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
And everyone, you're safe as well? Is that most importantly?
Me and my family are safe, and there's no one that I know of as of right now that has got hurt.
Okay, that's good news.
There's the track of the storm. If we go to Max 1, there's the track of the storm north of Colon. Yes, that is exactly where it intensified. You can see right there where it went from the light blue to the purple right there. Unbelievable.
Real quick, if we still have you, Chase, how large do you think some of that hail was?
Baseball size.
Baseball size hail, wow.
There should be a picture.
Yep, we got it on our screen right now. We just, always a little bit hard. We don't know if you have a big hand or small hand. So thanks for putting that in perspective. Baseball size hail. And obviously we really appreciate you getting that picture and video to us, but more importantly that you and your family are safe. And like you said, no one else as now that you know of seems to have any injuries.
No.
Okay, good. Well, Chase, we really appreciate the quick phone call, and hopefully that this cleanup can be smooth sailing for you guys down there. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So the warnings for Muskegon and Oceana County have been canceled. Nonetheless, they can still be strong enough to produce the stronger storms up in Newaygo County right now. I don't have any, I'm going to look to see if how long the tornado warnings are still active down to the south. Those are in Calhoun County and point southward down toward Hillsdale. South of Jackson. That is the storm in question right now. It sounds like we're running out of steam. We certainly are not. Our energy level is still very high, but for the greater Grand Rapids area, we just got some ordinary showers and thunderstorms coming through. This is the storm that is still showing the warning for portions of Calhoun County. This is our Walker Tower Cam. You could describe this situation a little bit there.
Yeah, for the most part, Walker and most of Kent County, in fact, George, pretty much spared from these storms. If you're in Kent County, you really have not seen much. In fact, the sun is shining now as we look at our downtown Grand Rapids camera. A lot of the storm coverage has been generally for the southern half of our area, and what we mean by that is generally closer to the I-94 corridor. So we're talking parts of Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun County, towards the state line. That's where we've seen these tornado warnings. This right here is our Snug Harbor camera in Grand Haven. This is just it looks a little ominous, no doubt about it, but we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings across the lakeshore right now.
I understand we have is it a photo or a video? A photo from Portage Strip Mall.
Oh, wow.
There's the damage that occurred with that tornado. Once again, Roger? Oakland and Center Roads. Yeah, that is definitely tornado damage. That's probably part of that debris that was lofted into the air as that tornado on the ground pushed through this area. I want to go back to Max 1 and then we'll come back to that photo. An update on the tornado warning just issued a couple of minutes ago. Stays in effect until 7:15. Possible tornado and quarter-sized hail. The radar indicated rotation. That is located near Burlington, which is 8 miles south of Marshall. You can see where Marshall is on the map. We'll put the severe velocity on there, and this is the area of concern. Not terrific, a bunch of rotation, but in through here, any one of these could be producing at least some rotation or a wall cloud, and tree damage is likely as these storms continue moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So that's the update on the tornado warning in Calhoun County, which is still in effect until 7:15 this evening. Lots of damage with the storm, so for about another 10 minutes, these are the last of the warnings that have come through our area. More storms down in Hillsdale. Don't want to be tracking storms to New York City here this evening because we want to get you back to your regular programming. But a very active afternoon here, Blake, with all of these storms that have now, for the most part, have been expired or canceled, or the storms have fallen below severe limits. But still the main concern is for the folks in Calhoun County. Yeah, we actually, George, just have a new, it does look like a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible language from the National Weather Service. This is now for Kalamazoo County. This is for Max 2, please? Yes. Can we go just go to Max 2 real quick? And there it is. This is the storm that we were talking about just a few minutes ago in portions of Van Buren County in the Decatur area that had some broad rotation. This is now a severe thunderstorm warning with wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour, hail possible of 1 inch in diameter, and yes, it is possible that a tornado could be produced from this thunderstorm. When we look at velocity here, you can see that, yeah, there is some broad rotation, at least probably even some tight rotation. This is heading toward Portage? This is heading towards the Portage area. Again, the same area that just saw that first tornado in the Lawton area. So this is just a tornado possible with, as you can see, the rotation there. But we do have some rotation here. Doesn't look as strong as it was, but these, again, are characteristic of the multicellular supercell discrete thunderstorms, not just one big massive storm, but several pop-up storms in the heat of the afternoon. This is coming right on the eastern side, really the county line of Kalamazoo and Van Buren County. So we're talking between just a little bit north of County Road 352, so to the north and west of Schoolcraft. So 8th Street, for example. I want to put a track on the last, on Max 1, if you could. The storm track that we're tracking right now, this is the storm that went through earlier that produced the tornado. This is the track that we're tracking right now. This not quite as broad. There's no purple in this, but nonetheless, not tornado warned, but this is the rotation that is heading, again, toward the Portage area. I don't want to alarm people there. This is not the storm that went through. Nonetheless, this still has quite a bit of rotation in it right through here. Yep. And I'm sure that if you have emerged from your basements, perhaps you need to head back into your basement. You want to track that on Max 2 there, sir? Yeah, I'm going to track this real quickly, and you can see that this thunderstorm, this is all traversing a little bit to the east. So this is, again, unfortunately, heading right into the Portage area. Same locations that dealt with
the confirmed tornado just about an hour and about a half ago. So again, Portage, within the next few minutes, you are under the gun again of this severe thunderstorm warning. Want to make that clear. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but it does have some rotation in this storm broadly. This would be heading towards the climax area, really the same locations we just talked about with the first thunderstorm.
It looks like Juliet and Elena have been here from the get-go, from about 10 minutes before 5 o'clock for our newscast, and they've been gathering information and monitoring from the news department. So we're going to toss it over to Juliet for an update from the newsroom.
Yeah, we have been following this the whole time you two have been live on the air here. Our crews are on the way right now. We have 4 different crews to the reported damage. We also have some, take a look, this is video of that FedEx facility that we told you about in Portage. You can see there's a lot of damage there. And it's also near that strip mall that we showed you a little bit ago. Also in Colon, you had heard from Chase, the gentleman who we just had on the line with us. Well, you can see the downed trees. And he was saying a new home and a barn that a man had just built are now sticks near him. But he does not have any reports of anyone being injured. Here is that tornado from Chase, and this was in Colon. You can see the video. Over the fields, he says that they are safe. They did go into the basement. As the Consumers Energy map we've been looking at, and it's all in the Colon area. There are right now 26,419 Consumers Energy customers affected, 195 outages down there in that area, the south of Kalamazoo, Portage, Colon. The red area is 1,000 plus outages, as you can see. So we are, our crews are getting close already. So we are going to assess the damage and be sure to bring you anything. If you have any photos or videos, let us know. All right, going back to George, you ready?
Oh, sure. I'm always ready. We have the severe thunderstorm warning. As Blake was talking about, this is for the Kalamazoo region because of a possible tornado. This is a radar indicated storm, not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. Anytime a severe thunderstorm warning is issued, we're always looking for strong damaging winds and large hail, but that does not mean there could not be a tornado as well. So it is, just because it's a severe thunderstorm warning does not mean there couldn't be a tornado. So we have that tornado possible
I'm taking a look inside the storm right now, and it does look like this last radar scan a bit broader in the rotation, which would be a great thing. I want to make that clear.
Can you point that out to them? Where
yeah,
that is
yeah.
at? Yes, that is right there. Oh, that still has a little bit of, see, it's kind of smeared out over the last couple of frames, updating every couple of minutes, of course. That is almost a very interesting radar indication. It's almost a backwards rotation. I was thinking more of the other appendage going the other way. Is that an anticyclonic tornado? That would be the highlight of my career if there was an anticyclonic tornado. We have more video from Chase. Is that what we're going to be taking a look at? Is that what I understand?
Look at that. I could write on movies. Holy. It's going to destroy Gensis.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
You win. I've never been that close to a tornado before. That is unbelievable. Hopefully that was over uninhabited land.
I want to make this clear. This was the tornado in the Colon area, just north of town, that traversed towards Union City. So Colon towards Union City. And this was the same storm that that produced upwards of softball-size hail as well.
You saw the multiple little fingers, multiple vortex tornado around the parent one, and that storm has moved well to the northeast of where the current storms are right now. This is the warning that is currently in place for basically Kalamazoo County. It has moved out of Calhoun County. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit on that storm. There is a little bit of an appendage with that right now. As we stop the rotation, you can kind of see that little bit of appendage. This is where all the damage took place, right here around the Portage area. This continues to move northeast. I'm going to put the radar in rotation loop on that. That's where the first storm went through that produced all the damage. This is following in exactly the same path.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen this very often. This is the rotation right here that is of concern. I'm going to put the storm velocity on that. But as you mentioned just a minute ago, there is not a lot of defined rotation within that. Maybe right here, that is about it. This is very broad. Nonetheless, this is still being storm warned as a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible as opposed to a tornado warning. That is the storm moving east northeast approximately at what miles per hour? Probably about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Yeah, absolutely. So it only takes a little more than a minute to get from one point to another.
Yeah, and again, this is our main, at least, hazard that could be with this storm, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts upwards of that, and inch-size hail. So that is what we're keeping an eye on.
It looks like the warning for Calhoun County, which is right here. This is the severe thunderstorm warning. We'll change that over to the tornado warning. It looks like, according to the National Weather Service, this warning will expire in less than a minute. So the storms which prompted the tornado warning has weakened slightly, so the warning is going to be allowed to expire. You can still see at least some of the rotation in through here, or maybe it's this one. I'm trying to think. Nope, they don't actually say which circulation they're looking at. It's probably this one up in here. There's really not much left, but there is still some rotation along M60, which is east of Teconcha, southwest of Albion. That's the second storm that has gone through that area in the last hour or so. So again, tornado warning for Calhoun County will expire at 7:15 this evening.
Which is right about now, so that should be expiring any second.
I'm going to take a look at the larger view. That's quite a bit of color on the radar, and we're going to do a little radar loop here. And this is a new update for the severe thunderstorm warning. This looks like that's going to remain in effect. Yep, they are extending the warning for that Teconcha cell. It looks like that is now, threat is considerable. And we just pointed that out 30 seconds ago. You can see the threat markers up here, considerable threat and a tornado possible for this cell right here. You can jump in with the warning details if you'd like.
Yeah, upwards. The thunderstorm located about 10 miles south and east of Marshall, so heading just a little bit south of the Albion area, moving north and east at 30 miles per hour. You can see on the top left of your screen that upwards of 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail possible with this storm. That is radar indicated, and will be around the Albion area at 7:30.
That is that cell we just pointed out. That is still the active weather situation. We're going to put the radar loop into motion to show you where that storm is heading. There's so many multiple tracks here that these are moving basically over the same tracks right now. We're going to just do a radar now to show you where that storm is. There we go. Not a lot of rotation with that showing up on the radar. Nonetheless, you can see it very clearly on our storm scan right there, where there is the two colors very close to each other. South of M60, as you mentioned, Blake, this is heading up south of Albion in the next half an hour or so. Not a lot of hail with that, I would imagine. Nope, not a lot of hail. That's our most of it's down southeast of Union City near Teconcha, but the hail potential there is not great. It looks like mostly a threat from wind at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Mostly a wind threat. And again, this is really starting to push into Jackson County, which would be outside of our viewing area. But we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. They canceled it for eastern Van Buren County, but the storm itself, still a severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo County until 8 p.m. This is the same area that dealt with the large and confirmed tornado about an hour and a half ago, mostly in the Portage area, right to the north of Portage. This storm is currently at. For the most part, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but there is some characteristics of rotation with this storm. Still holding on to that, and you can see that right there, George. Yeah, there's still a little bit of broad, even kind of some tightening rotation there over the last radar frame, or radar scan, I should say.
I'm going to see if I can put on where the storm reports were for this. Yeah, that's where this is where the FedEx terminal right here was damaged. I believe it's that one. I've got to put on my correct information to show you that this is the 6:06 this evening.
Yeah,
a FedEx building possibly damaged, possible tornado. And look where the radar tracks are right now, or the rotation tracks. That is going to be tracking just south of there. I'm trying to get it. I got a million things on. Here we go. This is the loop now.
Yeah, pretty much.
There it is. Yeah, local storm reports right there. It's probably going to come up with square ones. There you go. That's the rotation in that same general vicinity right there. Unbelievable.
Within a mile or two.
Within a mile or two of that same area. Wow, just craziness. And this is again for Kalamazoo County. In effect, the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see the tracks right there.
That first one was the initial thunderstorm.
That was the initial thunderstorm with the tornado, confirmed tornado. And this is the next round coming through. Not tornado warned, but severe thunderstorm warned. I know I'm in really close. So if you're in the Portage area again, it's already overhead. Going to be affecting up toward Climax here in a little while. Near South 34th Street, South Sprinkle Road, it's right overhead. East N Avenue and heading toward East MN Avenue. Again, if you're in the Climax area, you've got round 2 coming in your direction with these storms. This says tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning is until 8 o'clock this evening. Jump right in there, Blake. What do you got?
I believe, I want to wait a second before I say this. It does appear that...
Did they tornado warn that? They did.
They did tornado warn that
Okay,
storm
this
again.
tornado warning will be in effect until 8:15. Okay, again, they are showing, National Weather Service has just issued that tornado warning for portions of Kalamazoo County.
George, this is the latest update. Just within the last minute, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Portage. This is the same area that just dealt with a tornado about an hour and a half ago, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This tornado warning goes until 8:15 this evening, so almost a full hour as it moves eastward at about 30 miles per hour.
Oh my gosh, I was just checking the time on that, Blake, to see if you didn't read a warning from an hour ago.
Yeah.
And no, it's a new warning.
It's a new warning.
It's a new warning. Let's take a look at the storm velocity. Has this increased? I'm not seeing quite the rotation in through here that I saw earlier.
But the source of this, weather spotters confirmed the tornado. Yeah, Anna's passing that along with us as well.
Okay. I don't know if the Kalamazoo Battle Creek Airport camera is still online or it's still offline. That was on YouTube a little while ago. If not, that's okay. We don't actually need it, but it would be interesting to know if it's still offline. You know, when you need it, it's offline. That's the hard part. They issued a particularly damaging, dangerous situation with this. Okay, yeah, that's for this tornado warning, which also contains some large hail. Just the southeastern suburbs of Kalamazoo, southwest of Comstock, northeast of Portage, in the same areas that had a tornado earlier. This is now a tornado warned storm for portions of Calhoun County. 2 trained spotters reported a tornado touchdown in Portage. This was at 7:18 in downtown Portage. Again, this storm is moving rapidly to the east at about, I'm sorry?
I'm going to try to
toss it over to Blake.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get in front of the chroma wall here. And this is our storm right here that's now to the north and east, really right in here. That's where we're seeing that rotation. And while it does appear broad based on us on radar, again, weather spotters have confirmed this tornado that is large and extremely dangerous, that is moving eastward at about 30 miles per hour. So this is heading towards the Climax area, just a little bit south of Galesburg. Again, this is the same area that just dealt with a large and dangerous confirmed tornado with damage and even an injury report about an hour and a half ago. This is the same area. So this is heading now to the east of Portage. And again, I want to make this clear that weather spotters have confirmed this tornado as large and extremely dangerous. And again, this is all heading to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So if you are in the climax area, a little bit south of Galesburg, this is where that storm is heading to within the, probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes. This will be in the Galesburg and climax area around 7:30. And if this holds its strength into Calhoun County, here's the county line, this will head towards Battle Creek, within the vicinity of Battle Creek at about 7:35. So we're talking minutes from now. So if you are in the climax area, it is now time to head to your safe space. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your home, or head to your basement where that safe spot is in your home when we're talking about a tornado warning. And this is all heading to the east into Calhoun County. So again, this is a tornado warning that is with a large and extremely dangerous tornado that has been spotted by multiple people.
Again, you had shown the area-wide severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Inside that particular severe thunderstorm warning, there is the tornado warning that has the considerable tag to it. Up on the top of your screen there, we have 4 to 5 levels of radar impact tags. This is a radar indicated particular tornado warning. This is the observed. This is in the category 3 out of 5, considerable threat, as the tornado has been observed in the Portage area. It has now moved east of Portage, as you can see from the radar scan, a radar updating about every 1 or 2 minutes. So it does take a little while for the information to come on in. Want to show the inside rotation of the storm. Not as particularly impressive, but nonetheless, this apparently has a tornado, a large tornado on the ground, according to the trained observers, right in through there. Zoom in a little bit closer so you can get a better idea. We use the Doppler radar portion of the radar to look inside the storm to see how the winds are coming toward the radar, which would be in the green colors and the outbound. And when you get the particular wind coming in toward the radar like that and going away from the radar like that, this is where you get that rotational spin like that. And that's what we're observing right now in east of now the city of Portage, where the second storm has gone on through. I'm going to put a radar animation on this to go over the last about 30 minutes or so. This is going by very fast. I apologize for that. This shows you how that has progressed across the county. Going to do a little bit of a these are the two that look interesting right next to each other. Not a lot. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is the new information that is coming in. This is a considerable threat. This is the warning, severe thunderstorm warning for those storms moving through the southeastern part of Calhoun County. You can see the storms from, the warning will be in effect until 7:30, about 4 minutes. Blake, did you hear what I hear? I think we have Sam. Sam, are you on the phone?
Hi, George. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sam.
We are in Portage right now, where that next tornado warning has formed. We're on the western edge of the warning itself, so we do believe that we are safe, but we can see, if you look to the west, the skies are clear. If you look to the east, very ominous. We can see cloud formation going in the vertical, which is always that clear indication that, we have the right environment for a tornado to form out of these clouds. We've pulled over, and we're actually going to go ahead and head inside if at any point in time we need to. We're right outside the Red Robin over here. But this is the exact location that had that same tornado warning that came through. 5:36, I believe, was the initial warning that came through. The air mass right now here, very, very muggy, but lots of cars out on the road. That's something that I don't love to see. I mean, there are cars just about everywhere and heading directly in to the storm. I'm now hearing sirens going on. We're on the corner. I'm sure you guys can hear it as well. That's an ambulance that just drove by us. We're on the corner of Idaho Avenue, and I'm trying to get a better look here at what the secondary sign is. But we just got off of the expressway exit. We're by the Carbanas, I should say, and Red Robin.
Red Robin, okay, so yeah, Sam.
You feel safe. I've got bright blue skies over me, but again, if you look directly to the east, where that signature is right now, that is exactly where the skies are dark and lots of people on the roadways right now, probably thinking they were in the clear. This is the exact spot that was just hit by that previous tornado. We're going to give it another 10 to 15 minutes. We're seeing multiple ambulances right now pulling down the roadway and heading in the direction of which that tornado warn signature is moving. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio. We'll make sure to get you as much ground reports as possible, and hoping that everybody is staying safe, heeding these warnings. We're not done yet with these storms. I also want to thank the both of you in the studio. You've been doing an incredible job keeping the community safe, and we will continue to let you know what we're seeing here in the field. Reporting from Portage, Michigan, I'm meteorologist Samantha Jack.
Thanks so much, Sam. Obviously, you can hear the sirens based on her phone call right there. She is just a little bit to the north of the heart of Portage. She just got off of the highway, off of I-94, heading to the south. Again, this is in the Portage area in the heart of Kalamazoo County, where we earlier at about 5:45 had the first confirmed tornado that went through the Portage area with confirmed damage, with confirmed injury, at least one injury at least. And now we've had this second thunderstorm producing a large and violent tornado, again, in the Portage area in the heart of Kalamazoo County. And this is still a active tornado warning that is just over the, right in the vicinity of the Galesburg area, heading eastward, a little bit probably north, it looks like, Jor, or probably heading right towards the climax area.
Yes, this has got a beeline toward climax. This is the actual radar reflectivity. You can see the considerable threat tag with this tornado warning as it's moving east at about 35, 40 miles per hour. And you can see the rotational tracks as it's now approaching South 34th Street, right near East MN Avenue. And it's taking a beeline, if not toward climax, maybe just East MM Avenue, north of climax in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Max 2 for you, Blake?
Yeah, let's go to Max 2, and this is what I'm indicating right here, some of that rotation. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit more, and this is what I'm getting at right here. We have these outbound and inbound winds from radar right in here. Every time you see a tight couplet, which we call, just a very decent signature that we have rotation in this thunderstorm. It's a little bit far away from the Grand Rapids radar, but at least we are seeing that rotation still occurring across Kalamazoo County, heading towards the climax area. And again, at 7:20, this was 10 minutes ago, 11 minutes ago, there was a confirmed large and dangerous tornado near Portage. So we need to treat this as an active tornado that's heading towards the climax area, especially when we're still holding on to rotation when we're diving into this storm with the observed winds in our atmosphere. When we have these greens and reds tightly clustered together, that is what we're indicating. That is heading just between a Galesburg and climax line, so pretty close to 94 right now. We're going to send it over. Juliet, you have a little bit of information to pass along?
We are getting a lot of information now from emergency crews down south and also from our crews in the field. You just heard from Sam. We also have 3 others. This is the Jude's Barbershop, the pictures you're seeing here. You can see the damage. Portage was hit with a 1-2 punch. So on Twitter, the Portage police are saying, please avoid any travel in the city of Portage until further notice. St. Joseph County Undersheriff says that they can confirm a number of places in the county have damage. Right now they say they are focused on life safety missions, using all their available sources. And then they're going to begin with the preliminary damage assessments. Additional information will be released. Now, power updates here, 25,000 without power in Kalamazoo and St. Joseph counties per Consumers Energy. And those storms here, you can see the outage map right now. Let me get back on that as well. But the one thing is they just want you to stay away, especially Portage. As both Blake and George have been mentioning, they had the first tornado move through. And then a little more than an hour and a half later, a second, so a 1-2 punch. And we've already been seeing those pictures of the damage, and we're getting more and more from viewers. If we could go back, do we have the Colon pictures available too? Because that was another one where a viewer, Chase, was able to capture that on his phone, and he also just witnessed it. There it is. This is Colon. This is from Chase, a viewer who says, you know, he's never seen anything like this before. He said a barn and a home, a new home right near him. They're just piles of sticks right now. And he was saying just trees down, a lot of damage everywhere. He had huge ball of hail in his hand. He said that it was just incredible to see. They did go in the basement. He felt that it was safe enough there to take the picture, the video of the tornado there in the distance, but that's Chase's video of the actual tornado, and that was the first one that went through. So, but the Portage is the one that experienced the second. This is Colon that you're looking at. The power outage numbers continue to add up, and we are getting reports of some injuries. That's what the emergency rescue crews are doing right now, is responding to the reports of those who have been injured and helping them first, and then assessing the damage, as will our crews once they are on the scene. Sam is already in Portage. We have 3 other crews on the way to the scene. I want to go back to George and Blake with the latest from where you are.
Tornado warning remains in effect for those of who just some reason just turning on the TV. This has been an ongoing situation since a little bit before 5 o'clock. Multicellular storms, for each producing tornadoes, at least 4 multicellular storms. This is the latest warning for Kalamazoo County for Climax and Galesburg until 8:15. This is a tornado warning with a considerable threat. This is a category 3 out of 5 on the warning scale. And looking inside the particular storm, you can clearly see where the rotation is showing up just to the northwest of Climax, right in through here, with perhaps a rotation reaching the ground.
I want to say, if you're watching from the Battle Creek area, still have power, still have a way to watch us right now, really want to emphasize it is time to head back to your safe space, either in your home or any building that you're in currently. Even though there is no current tornado warning for Calhoun County, this storm is heading towards the Battle Creek area, which and real quickly, we have meteorologist Samantha Jacks once again on the phone. Sam, can you hear us? Oh, there we go.
She's live.
She is live.
Sam, tell us where you are. We don't have your mic, Sam. We do not have Sam's mic. We'll come back to her when we ever actually get her. There she goes. I think we got her mic now. Can we go back to her, perhaps?
Can you guys hear me okay out there?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Sam.
yes.
Okay, great. We are live in Portage, Michigan. Off in the distance behind us, that is the direction that the storms are moving, so we are in the clear right now. I will say we are 2 miles out from where the heart of the damage has been reported from the first batch of tornado warnings that came out here in Portage right around 5:30 this afternoon. Now this second tornado warning moving away from us, so we are safe. That's why we are standing outside. Skies are actually clear. We can see blue skies above us. Now, in that direction, we have heard multiple ambulances, tornado sirens going off. We have to just get 2 miles down the road to head to one of the locations, which in the case of that FedEx lot that was hit and impacted by that tornado. We also know there's a mobile home park that's been hit. It's just 2 miles away, going to take us about 20 minutes to get there based off of our GPS, likely due to damage within the roadways and congestion. The other thing that's been really, really concerning to me is watching all of these cars drive in the direction of where that rotation is. This is going to be a dangerous situation, right? There's not a lot of places that once you're in your car that you can get to. You want to make sure that you're in your shelter location, staying safe, and of course continuing to utilize those things at your disposal, like a basement, like a shelter location. It's in instances like this that you do not want to be out on the roadways and not within your shelter spot. We are headed to the damage. We are going to see if there are any additional reports coming out of Portage. Right now, we stopped to pause. We did not want to drive into the storm like we are seeing many people do right now. And once the coast is clear, we are going to head in that direction and continue to bring you reports. Reporting live from Portage, Michigan, I'm meteorologist Samantha Jacks.
We wanted to highlight where Sam is located. This is the storm near Climax right now. You can see the warning in effect until 8:15, which is for another 45 minutes or so for that storm that is moving through the Climax area. We're going to put the rotational scan on it. You can see it is right here along the Kalamazoo Calhoun County line. Again, this is approaching Watkins Road, Mercury Drive. Drive, heading into the southwestern suburbs of Battle Creek, and maybe even into some of those subdivisions. This is a particularly dangerous situation, according to the National Weather Service, so you need to be in your place of safe shelter. If you've come out, as Sam said, you're going to need to go back in. This is, again, part of that storm system that continues to push through that area. Blake, we have an additional tornado warning, which is in effect for Calhoun County that has been updated as well. Why don't you read me through that once the graphics come back online?
Yeah, this is the same. We just talked about this. Like, if you're in the Battle Creek area, time to take cover, because now the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Calhoun County until 8:30 this evening. So this is going to go in effect for the better half of another hour. At 7:35, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Climax, near Battle Creek, moving north and east at about 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. The National Weather Service does not use this language lightly. We have seen a few of these pop up over the last couple hours now. This is another thunderstorm, another supercell thunderstorm that is producing a confirmed large and dangerous tornado that is now just to the east of Climax, heading towards pretty much the heart of Battle Creek, George.
Yeah, this is approaching the southwestern suburbs of that same area that was tornado warned a little bit earlier this evening. And this is just as important to head to your safe shelter space as before. I'm trying to see if there's a little bit of debris in there. I'm starting to see a little bit of that right in here. We want a uniform color. Like this red out here, but this is not showing that, so there is debris lofted, whether it's debris from a previous storm damage or this is new debris being lofted by the storm. Again, this is the area of concern near Climax, moving into the Battle Creek area. We're going to put the radar back on. Most people are, recognize that. This is where it would be raining very hard right now, but more importantly, we're looking at inside the storm where the rotation is, and that is where the rotation is, most likely on the ground as a confirmed tornado. Right near Mercury Drive, I-94, that interchange near Beckley Road.
That interchange of 94 and 194, if you're to the around the Beetle Lake area, that is a location. It is time to head to your safe space, your shelter in your home or building that you're currently in.
And that's the new update from the Weather Service. Not much change, 8:15.
Yep.
They update this about every 10 or 15 minutes. The storm looks like it is, if I'm looking at the one, Blake, moving into the Battle Creek area, but I don't see. It looked very interesting on the radar. It looked like there was another supercell trying to develop right here.
Oh, wow, yeah.
That I'm a little concerned about. But the one that is actually got a tornado on the ground, according to National Weather Service, is moving into the suburbs of Battle Creek, right in through here. That's where the velocity scan is showing.
Sunrise Heights, for example, Brownlee Park, all of these indicators, it is on your doorstep. This tornado-warned thunderstorm, which has been confirmed to be on the ground as a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. So this is heading pretty much through the heart of Battle Creek within the next few minutes.
Something I haven't asked from our production crew in the back, if they have a chance to get to the MDOT cameras somewhere on MI Drive, it'd be interesting to see if they have a camera available. It would be I-94 and Mercury Drive, that is southwest of Battle Creek. If they've got a webcam or a video cam, that would be great to be able to see that. And did you call that up? You did.
I did pull that up.
But I don't know if we can put that. We could probably put that on. If you make that full screen, I might be able to go with that. If everything is up and running the way I'd like it to run. And we have so many tools at our disposal. You're going to try to make that full screen. There you go. I'm not sure. Bear with me. Let's see if this actually works. Here we go. You had, that's an image of the skyline. Not quite as good as the one you had, but nonetheless looking pretty good. Is that the Mercury Drive? And that one doesn't look too bad. Yes, there we go. Okay.
Here we go. Right there.
All right. I am off IFB, and so, yeah, you can see the clouds in the background there.
Yep.
As far as the storms go, that's just a look from the MDOT cameras. The good news is it looks like traffic is moving fairly.
There's not a lot of traffic.
Not a lot of traffic. That is good news.
Let's take it back to Max 2 real quick. Thanks so much for everyone in the back helping us out this
Max
evening.
2, please.
By the way, and
go.
again, this is this thunderstorm. This is a tornado warning, or at least a tornadic thunderstorm that has been confirmed. There's a large and dangerous tornado that has been confirmed on the ground that was near the climax area, now heading right through Battle Creek. And we're going to take a look at some velocity here. And, you know, still seeing a little bit of rotation, a little bit on the tough side to decipher, but still seeing pretty much some broad rotation, at least in the Battle Creek area with this thunderstorm. I'm going to make a quick look at what we call our debris signature. And again, it does appear there is a little bit of debris here and there. Not a clear-cut signature, which would be good news, but again, still holding on to at least some non-meteorological objects that are being indicated by Doppler radar from the radar site in Grand Rapids at the airport. Again, this is a confirmed dangerous large tornado, at least in the climax area, which is a little bit to the south and west of Battle Creek. This is all moving to the northeast.
Max 1, I have a Battle Creek Community College, Kellogg Community College. This is a still image. This will probably update every few minutes, but you can see that low-hanging kind of wall cloud off to the west there, and that is interesting. I believe this camera is pointing west, so this is approaching the camera as we speak right now. So this is a still view of Battle Creek from the Kellogg Community College. Just wanted to pop that up because that's one of the cameras that we have available to us. Looks like there's an update on the tornado warning as we go to that. This remains in effect for west of portions of Calhoun County. This is the actual warning itself, and an observed tornado on the ground. This warning still in effect until 8:30 this evening. This is a continuation of the storm. I believe this is the one for the Battle Creek area, correct?
George, Anna, we have meteorologist Anna Myers, by the way. We want to really give her just a big round of applause for helping us out with all of these reports. Anna, this is a new update from the Battle Creek tornadic warrant storm. Can you read that off?
Yeah, the tornado warning remains in effect until 8:30 for Calhoun County. At 7:43, we do have that confirmed tornado located over Battle Creek. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. With it, we do have that damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail. So as of now, it is over Battle Creek.
Yep, this tornado over Battle Creek and Brownlee Park now through 750, George. So yeah, this is now.
You can see the actual debris, not the debris signature, but the rotation right in through here. I could see that some of the gate-to-gate shear with that, not terrifically high. Nonetheless, there is at least an indication where there is some rotational shear, which means there's some spinning going on. This is near Capitol Avenue Southwest, just to the west of southwest of Sunrise Heights. This is in the southern subdivisions of Battle Creek. Second storm you've been warned for this afternoon and this evening. Wanted to see if there was any debris that has been lifted into that area. Yes, you can definitely see some of the debris. I know it doesn't look like much, but you're always looking for just uniform color like this. But when there's all of this, this means that there are shingles, trees, leaves, anything that doesn't look like similar objects, raindrops or hail. This is non-meteorological indication where all of that debris is showing
concerning,
up.
this is a heavy populated area.
Yeah, that is a heavy populated area. So you need to be underground or certainly in the lowest place in your building or home. Away from windows, because we've already seen the damage. We've had the reports from Sam that there are numerous emergency vehicles, emergency managers just saying to stay away from that area.
And if you can just go back to Max 2 real quick. I'm going to get in front of the chroma key real quick, because I just want to indicate something here, George.
He wants to point that out.
And I want to point this out. This is what we're talking about in terms of what we're looking at in part of the storm here, is that just to the south of Battle Creek, that is where we're indicating that kind of notch right in here. That is where we're indicating where that rotation's at. I mean, if George overlays rotation, you would see the green and red right there, and that's where the debris signature is. So all of that together gives us the confidence that, yes, this is most likely a tornado, and it is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground right between Battle Creek and the Sunrise Heights neighborhood. Again, all of this moving north and east right towards Brownlee Park. So if you're in the Brownlee Park area, a little bit north of I-94, yeah, right in here, this is your time to get inside. This is on your doorstep within the next minute. So again, this is the rotation. You see the inbound and outbound winds, and right in here, this is non-meteorological objects being detected by radar. So this could be shingles, 2x4s, parts of buildings per se that's being lofted up in the atmosphere. This could be trees, for example, being uplifted into the atmosphere. This is not rain or hail that's being detected on radar, like you see some of the coloring to the north and west of Battle Creek. But that's some of the hail potential that's to the north and west of Battle Creek, and that's why those colors are rather uniform compared to what we're seeing south of town. So we're going to send it back over to Juliet. Juliet, you have some updated information for us?
Well, I am, and we are continue to go up those numbers. 211 outages right now. Also, Blake Naftel, who's a storm chaser who used to work here at WZZM 13, was saying that he could see, there's the outage map right now, the areas in red are 1,000 plus, orange 201 to 1,000 people, purple up to 200 people. So you can see, and then the ones that are outlined in green are the areas where crews are already assigned. We have 4 crews now in the area of where the tornadoes touched down. We want to go to Micah Cho. He just arrived in Kalamazoo. He joins us now live. And Micah, what are you seeing?
Hey Juliet, I want to kind of show you. So we're at the FedEx building here off of Portage Road and Stryker Avenue. So let's kind of take a look at this FedEx building behind me. We can see at least from this vantage point, we can see a lot of this roof torn off and down onto the ground over here. We can see a tarp over a FedEx truck. There's those steel support beams that are kind of hanging off of that building. So a lot of destruction here. I assume there would have to be a pretty significant amount of wind that comes to knock these off. But another thing I really kind of want to point out is what it smells like right now. It smells like freshly cut wood, and that's because a lot of these trees, Eric, let's kind of show, I think more, we can see more over here. We can see a lot of trees down, a lot of that fresh tan wood that is kind of exposed out here. And we have actually seen quite a few FedEx trucks that have been coming in and out, probably back from their daily deliveries, but they're kind of being staged in this parking lot next to us because it does not really look that safe to go over into that FedEx parking lot. We actually can see a FedEx employee kind of guiding traffic in and out of this facility. And this is also right next to the Stryker building over here, which we can also see the building looks fine. We do see, again, a lot of trees down over here, a lot of debris over that way. Actually, Eric, do we want to pan over here? We can see a rainbow coming over a lot of this damage over this FedEx building over here and over that Stryker building. Let's take one last quick look over here down by the road. There are Consumers Energy trucks over here. This intersection is out of power, but we can see a lot of, at least one Consumer Energy truck. I know there was 2 or 3 more that were kind of hanging around in this area. I mean, let's just kind of look at some of these branches over here that are on the ground. And this construction highway sign and that orange cone are also there's just debris everywhere. It's kind of jaw-dropping just to see and kind of, yeah, just take it all in and see all the damage that has happened out here. So we'll stay out here for the rest of the night. We'll make sure we'll send it back to you for now in the studio live in Portage. Micah Cho, 13 on your side.
Micah, thank you for that live update. And it's interesting that Micah said the smell, because it smells like wood because of all the broken trees and the wood is the sticks and the houses and just the wood. Also, you noticed there was a rainbow as the skies are clearing. Once again in Portage, police are saying avoid any travel in the city of Portage until further further notice. They did report initially, I want to read you this, they are calling for a full response to the city. Multiple people initially trapped in buildings were the initial reports. We want to go back to George. Now, George, what do you have?
Update on the severe tornado warning for Calhoun County. Tornado warning remains in effect, and we were just looking, Blake and I, at the storm velocity, which is the indication of the rotational winds inside the storm. This is a new update. This is right over Brownlee Park, which is the eastern subdivisions or suburbs of Battle Creek. This is approaching Verona Road, north of Waddles Road south. Anywhere to the eastern parts of the city of Battle Creek and points eastward should be again back in a place of safe shelter. Going to zoom out a little bit to show you that it'll be approaching Gores Line Road a little bit later on, Bellevue Road as well. These storms moving east, northeast now at about 40 miles per hour. This is a tornadic tornado, and that's why the tornado warning has been issued for this area. It is radar indicated at this point, so they're not seeing the tornado on the ground, but it has certainly got the rotation associated with it, and it's not any different from when the storms were confirmed to be on the ground versus right now when this storm is radar indicated. So this is in Calhoun County for the Brownlee Park area, approaching Verona Road and Gores Line Road.
Yeah, and if there's a couple places, just indicators here: Excalibur Paintball, Smart Start Daycare, Kate's Zoom Groom. These are all places, or at least businesses. If you're located in those that particular area, yeah, this is the time to head inside, or at least head to the safest spot of your house or whatever building you may be located in right now. Again, some locators are the Excalibur Paintball area, Smart Start Daycare, Kate's Zoom Groom, seeing a few just on the map here as this moves a little bit north of, I believe, Gores Line Road.
Correct, absolutely. The severe thunderstorm warning that is currently in effect for Kalamazoo County is going to be allowed to expire as the storms that prompted the warning are now moving out of the area. So in about 5 minutes, the severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo County will expire. Nonetheless, to the east, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Calhoun County. This is until 9 o'clock tonight, unless it's canceled earlier. You can see every single one of those storm cells could produce damaging winds or some large hail. Here's one right here, Blake. Here's another one. There's another one here.
Yep.
All of these are discrete cells that can produce strong damaging winds, perhaps a spin-up tornado. So the entire county is under the severe thunderstorm warning with the threat tag of a tornado possible, and that means their confidence isn't quite high enough, National Weather Service confidence, to issue a tornado warning for those, but there is the tornado warning for this area for the storms moving through the Battle Creek region.
Yep.
So that is the area of concern right now. You can see as we zoom in to the Battle Creek, Brownlee Heights area, this is the area of concern. If you are Gores Line Road, areas to the north and east, this will update again in about a minute or two. Juliet, you have some new information from the newsroom.
We do. We want to go back to Portage because meteorologist Samantha Jacks is live there, and they really have a lot of damage. We continue to hear more and more and get the reports. Sam, you are actually somewhere where a home was damaged. We can see the downed trees behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. We are on the scene right now of Lovers Lane and Romance. The sign actually just behind me. Dramatic damage as that initial tornado that rolled through earlier between 5:30 to 6:30 this afternoon. Of this home behind me. Dave, thank you so much for taking this time right now to be here with us. Dave, what is it that you experienced?
Wow, I was in my house and all of a sudden these big, huge winds, I've never seen such strong ones. And you could hear stuff falling all over, making big bangs and crashing. But you know, the good Lord was watching over all three of us. A tree fell right next to my pickup, parked in back, didn't touch it, but the house is okay and her house is mostly okay. Her house is mostly okay, so I just thank the Lord that nothing was worse. It could have been a lot worse, but it's going to cost a lot to have all this cleaned up, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and I love to see that smile still on your face, staying in good spirits after such a catastrophic moment. Where were you at during the storm?
I was in the back of the house there in one of the rooms, and boy, I looked out the window and I couldn't believe all the stuff going by, and it was just kind of scary, really.
Yeah, absolutely. A very, very scary moment, especially when you see how all of these trees just surrounding your home, shutting down the stoplight over there, your neighbors impacted. What would your message be to our viewers at home? What would your message be to our viewers at home?
Say that again?
What would your message be to the viewers at home after this storm?
Be sure you pay your house insurance and trust in the Lord with all your heart.
Absolutely. Dave, what's your next steps here?
I can't even get out of the driveway, and there's even bigger trees that fell down. They're huge and back, much worse, and I'm going to have to get those all cleaned up. I'll have to hire the tree cutter and have them come in because they're too big for me to handle.
Absolutely. You've got saw in your hand right now. Looks like you're ready to go, ready to take action.
So she has to go to work, so we've been cutting a path through her yard. She'll have to go out through her yard and on the grass to get out.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us on what is really going to be a devastating afternoon, likely going to go down once again in the history books. Another tornado that ripped through West Michigan. There are still active tornado warnings, so I want to get it back over to the meteorologists in the studio to make sure that they can continue to make sure that everybody is staying safe and staying alert. Live from Portage, Michigan, I'm meteorologist Samantha Jacks. Thank you so much again.
Okay, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. You've put in a really long day. You were up at 2 a.m. and now you're pulling double duty here this evening down in the city of Portage. Again, wanted to update the tornado warning in effect for Calhoun County until 8:30. That's 30 minutes from now. We're going to stay on the air as certainly there are active warnings in this area until the threat has passed. It looks like the threat has definitely passed the Battle Creek area. That storm is racing to the east now. Earlier, it was way back into the eastern suburbs of Battle Creek. This is only 9 minutes ago, Blake, where the storm was located. Now look at where this storm is now. This is where it was 9 minutes ago.
Yep.
And then watch in the last couple of runs, that storm has just accelerated. Here's where the parent storm is. It's moved well to the northeast of the Battle Creek area. So you are in the clear right now. And even with the inside of the storm, we're not getting the greens in the returns anymore, Blake. So
which is great news.
This is, I would consider this weakening at this point. And even looking at the debris aloft, it's almost getting back to the uniform color. There's a little bit of debris showing up in through here. And again, so we are looking at that. You know, how smart are we, Blake? You're a smart guy. And what did the National Weather Service just do?
And they just canceled the tornado warning that has been in effect for Calhoun County. So the storm which prompted the warning has weakened, no longer appears to be producing a tornado. I guarantee these storms to the south cutting off a lot of the inflow, the warm air needed to fuel some of the rotation. Therefore, the tornado warning has been canceled. Now, a severe thunderstorm warning still remains in effect, as you can see on the map here. That's shaded in yellow for portions of Calhoun County. That still has the threat of a possible tornado, but as we just talked about, George did, a lot of that rotation weakening, and we're not seeing any debris signature, at least any pronounced debris signature. And again, that is why the tornado warning from the National Weather Service has been canceled for Calhoun County, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock this evening. So
any one of these storms right here, I got the arrow on the screen, tail end of that could produce strong winds, a tornado. This one here, there's at least 5 or 6 discrete thunderstorm cells, as we call them, that could produce any kind of rotation and produce damage at any point. I just turned on looking inside the storm with the wind velocity. Here's an area of concern, again, around the Union City area. Does that sound familiar?
That's,
that's that area. There's also a little bit of rotation right in through here. We go back to the sweeping radar, and you can see those are the tail ends of some of those particular storms with the rotation in them. So the severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Calhoun County for at least another, well, according to this, a little under an hour, but we'll be watching these cells very closely.
I just want to make another point. If we can take Max 2, guys, just real quickly. Thanks so much. For those that are watching, maybe you've watched some of our coverage and you live in Kent County, you live towards the lake shore. We still have a few pop-up showers here and there, in one at least stronger storm, not warned, but in portions north of US 10, just north of Big Rapids. For the most part, it does look like, George, that the severe threat will start to wane, and it, for the most part, is starting to wane if you are north and west of Grand Rapids. So if you're watching from Holland, Muskegon, Hart, Ludington, for the most part, storms have passed, and at this time, there's no indication that we'll see additional storms fire up, at least over the course of the next few hours. Doesn't mean that we don't have to put our heads down, just giving you some reassurance here that some storms are coming to an end if you are towards the lakeshore. Our focus still remains in the Calhoun, Kalamazoo County vicinity with these active thunderstorms, active severe thunderstorms for portions of right now just Calhoun County. But if you're watching from the lakeshore, at least right now, the indication is that these thunderstorms are starting to wane.
Thank you, Blake. I'm looking at some of our emails that have come in, some of our photos while you've been on. Looking at the broader view here, as you just mentioned, a lot of the storms are weakening, moving to the east, still some pop-up showers, it looks like back to our west. You can still see there are some warnings back in Wisconsin, but we've passed the peak heating of the day. The fuel that helps build these storms is going away. Still a number of warnings. No more tornado warnings here in West Michigan, just the severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County. And normally we would start to walk away from our continuous coverage if this was just a radar indicated storm.
Correct.
But because of the history of the storm so far today, this still has a tornado possible in it, and we want to stay on the air until we get clear of these radar indicated tornado possible storms.
If there are people that are just joining us over the last 15 minutes, we've had several confirmed, at least a couple, I should say a couple as of now, confirmed tornadoes across West Michigan, particularly in the Portage area. That is where we've had reports of some substantial damage. Unfortunately, there has been one injury so far with that tornado. This is a separate confirmed tornado in the Colon area towards Union City, so parts of Branch into St. Joseph County towards the Michigan state line. So this has been an active day from a severe standpoint. We have had confirmed tornadoes, some of which on the large and dangerous side, which has produced some rather substantial damage, George. Especially in the Portage area.
And then we're looking at the video here. This is a multi-vortex tornado. Several fingers around a parent storm. Definitely a wall cloud there, and that spun up down from there. I understand, I don't know if we've mentioned it before, you know those irrigation grids that they have. I understand from our live interview earlier today, Chase, that it had overturned those. Which takes quite a substantial amount of wind to do
that's
those.
not something that a person can lift up.
You can kind of see I didn't notice this earlier, you can see the wind whipping across the field there, feeding the parent storm.
Almost
that's a wall cloud, and that's amazing. At one point we measured this entire wall cloud to be about 6 miles wide, with the center of it right down from the center of that. Juliet, I understand you have a little bit more information from the newsroom.
Yes, we just got some information from Bronson Hospital. They say that right now they have no injuries at the hospital, but they recommend that people do stay off the roads so that ambulances who might have those who were injured by the tornado can get to the hospital. So right now, that's the good news. No injuries, but stay off the roads, and they're fully staffed and ready for when or if any people with injuries from the tornadoes come in. Now, let me tell you, in Portage, the one area that seems to have been hit the hardest is Center Avenue. And that the businesses, houses, a 2-story house collapsed there. That's where we have there's also a mobile home park in Portage that is damaged. We have that FedEx building, the Jude's Barber Shop, all in that area in Portage. We want to go back to Micah Cho, who is in Portage, with an update of what he is seeing. Micah, what do you have?
I don't know how
to this straight already, but I am going to start here.
5 minutes ago, we kind of see this on and off with the storm as far as we've been down here. But again, let's get back to that FedEx building. Now that we're a little dried off, we can see, excuse me, we can see part of that roof kind of just torn backwards over to where these FedEx trucks are parked. I'm not sure if we can see it too well, but there's a lot of debris on the ground. It looks like a lot of tarps. But one thing that I think is kind of different here is we see those big, heavy steel beams, kind of seeing those warehouses. One of them is just dangling off side of this FedEx building. And really, that's not the only damage that we've seen around here. We see a lot of trees down. I know I mentioned a little bit earlier, about 10 minutes ago when we were live, that it smells like freshly cut wood, something you would smell, you know, if you were cutting 2x4s, but that's because there's just so many branches, there's so many trees down, all this exposed wood. If we kind of turn to the left over here, we can see it's pretty much kind of like a line that comes down on this tree line. A lot of trees down over here, but when we get closer to the road, it doesn't look like there's too much over there. Now, speaking of the road, we have seen a lot of consumers' energy trucks out here. This intersection is currently down. We see a lot of drivers, you know, kind of doing what they're supposed to do in these situations and coming to a four-way stop. But just before we get back to you guys in the studio, I know Eric is kind of pointing down this way, but you can kind of just see some of the debris that are just scattered around this drive. We can see this metal sign here, an orange work cone. Just all this random stuff is just kind of scattered across this FedEx property. Now, there is the Stryker building over to the left of the FedEx building. That does not seem like it has a lot of damage. There are a lot of branches down. There's a lot of trees down, like I said, but maybe some scattered cones. But as far as trucks or trailers go, there's not a lot to see over there. We really kind of see, again, just this line of FedEx property that has been damaged. So we'll send it back to you guys for the studio for now. Live in Portage, Micah Cho, 13 on your side.
Thank you, Micah. And meteorologist Samantha Jacks has been assessing the damage in Kalamazoo County in the Portage area as well. So let's go back live to Sam to see what she has, the latest. Sam?
Juliet, we spoke with Dave just a few minutes ago, who's the owner to the home of the Right to Me. Now, behind me is some of the damage that he was referring to. He is working hard, trying to clear the path of trees in order to allow his neighbor to get out and go to work. Talk about real community impact, the community coming together early on in the moments of this catastrophic event that happened to them here. And the damage, this is just a snippet of it. We have a reporter, Kiara Patterson. She's walking down the street right now because she can't even get through in her car to get past. We're currently at Lovers Lane, and that's the area where things are just completely backed up in traffic. Now, I know that signal is a little bit tough out here, but I want to try to walk and show you a little bit of the damage that came from this storm. We know that the tornado warning went into effect right around 5:36 this afternoon. You can see all the trees down behind me. This house off to the back here, if you can try to zoom in there, there was a woman. She was sitting out on her back porch. She asked to not go on camera, visibly shaken still at this point in time. She was sitting on her back porch and watched as the trees began to collapse around her. And you can see that there are actually trees on her porch. It was a life-saving moment that she got up and ran into her house, and she could have had, of course, harmful damage done to her. That is why when you hear those warnings, whether it's a siren, whether it's the notification going off on your phone, you need to heed the warnings. You need to get inside and you need to get into that shelter location. It's moments like this that remind us of exactly why it is so important to take those critical weather alerts seriously. If you don't have multiple means to receive severe weather alerts, you need to make sure you do, because it's not to say necessarily that that tornado siren outdoors went off and warned her. Maybe if that would have had that notification on her phone, things would have been a little bit differently. Let's zoom around here. We'll go nice and slow so that hopefully we don't lose signal with all of you. Of course, power lines down just about everywhere across the region. That's something we're watching really closely as we walk. But look at this tree. Roots completely ripped out of the ground, right? That is the power of a tornado. The other thing that we're noticing is that everything has kind of fallen in a different direction, right? This tree has fallen towards the road, but this tree off to the right of me has fallen in the opposite direction, and it just keeps going that way. That is a sure sign that there was rotation that worked throughout this region. Now, unfortunately, I can't hear all of you back in the studio. I'm going to try to reconnect to join back with you, Juliet, but we're going to continue to be out here. We're going to continue to hear the impacts that were left behind from this storm. We're going to talk to the community members, and we are going to continue to be hopeful that nobody was hurt, that nobody was injured, and that it's stories just like the woman on her porch where she got inside just in the nick of time, made that life-saving decision to get inside from the storm and seek shelter. Juliet.
Sam, thank you for that update. Once again, 2 tornadoes in Portage that we are hearing. If you watch Sam's interview with the gentleman who watched it and whose property is damaged, she asked him what advice would he have for people. He said, make sure your home insurance or even your renter's insurance is up to date. Also, I was starting to mention about the storm chaser who saw the first tornado in Portage. He said that there were pieces of a home in the vortex of the tornado. So once again, Portage seems to be the hardest hit area, and just avoid that area if you can. The power is out. Consumers Energy, we have 27,000 people without power, 221 outages. So we want to go back to George and to Blake with an update on where things stand right now.
Yeah, thanks so much, Juliet. We have still hold on to the severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County at 8:13, so within the last minute or so. The severe thunderstorm, the at least strongest one, located over Marshall, moving north and east at about 25 miles per hour. The main concern, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, or at least wind gust upwards of 60 miles per hour, and quarter-size hail. George, if there's one good thing here, and of course we are still dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning, but at least at this point, no characteristics of any possible tornado, at least with this severe thunderstorm.
At least according to the Weather Service. Anyway,
to the Weather Service, yeah.
I'm looking at some.
We have a couple other storms.
So we'll just keep Mike.
Yeah.
So we also have that particular storm cell right there, and this one. All of these could produce some rotation. I see a new update here on the radar. Updates about every couple of minutes. That particular cell right there, I'm going to zoom in on that. That has some broad rotation with it right here. Even though this is not a radar indicated storm, there is still some rotation there, and those storms could produce some winds, very strong winds once again. That is north of Tecansha. Looking at a secondary one as well. This is a little bit back further to the west, northeast of Athens, north of Union City. Both of those have a little bit of rotation within it. So even though it is just a severe thunderstorm warning, still have a possibility of a couple of spin-up tornadoes on the backside of those particular storms. As we power up my mic again, we've been on the air so long that the batteries have run out on some of our microphones. So that should be coming back online here in just a second. And again, we're not getting any indications of, there is some debris signature. I notice here, Blake, northeast of Tecansha. I want to try and see if we can co-locate that with maybe some of the velocity scans. Yes, that is up in that area. So if there is debris showing up with this cell right here, we co-locate that with the debris signature. That is in the same spot. So if you are in the areas northeast of Tecansha, I'm going to zoom on in because that's the
Homer area.
Yeah, that seems to be the area near 23 Mile Road, Drive south. South of Eastern Michigan Avenue. This is southeast of Marshall. Once again, pointing out this is the debris that is lofted with a particular rotation, and that is got at least as good as what we have seen earlier
so far,
tonight.
Yeah.
There is definitely some rotation right in through here. I'm going to see if I can try and pull any of this. I'm interested in this purple one right here. I think that's a mislabeled one. Not a lot of wind, but gust wind shear up to 31 miles an hour. That's not terrifically high, but even though this is just a severe thunderstorm warning, radar indicated, we're still seeing some rotation in that cell just to the northeast of Decatur, southwest of Albion.
Go back to the debris signature.
You want to go back to the debris signature right there?
It's still looking like we're having a signature of debris being lofted in the atmosphere that's heading towards Albion.
Well, yeah, that's showing the difference between raindrops and shingles and 2x4s and leaves. I'm interested also in the one that's again down here in Union City, east of Athens. They're showing a debris signature as well, and see if we can co-locate the, yes, there is some rotation there as well. You can see that signature right here, along with the signature right.
And that's the same area for folks just joining in, maybe haven't been caught up. Union City, right in there by the Athens area, that area, there was a confirmed report of 4-inch size hail. We're talking softball size hail in that Union City area earlier this evening, right around probably, what was that, 6 o'clock or so?
Yeah, 6/11. Yes,
6/11.
there you go. So far, 7 confirmed tornadoes, 81 reports of hail. Not all here in West Michigan, but certainly area-wide. 32 reports of wind damage with the storms that have moved through so far. So just to recap for Calhoun County, we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 9 o'clock this evening. Even though there is not a tornado possible with this storm, it is a radar indicated storm, and we are getting indications on radar that there still may be some rotation in the storms, especially this one right here to the northeast of Decatur heading toward Albion or south of there, and the one in Union City. This is on the southeastern portion of our viewing area, but nonetheless the threat has pretty much passed for a good portion of the rest of West Michigan.
Yeah.
I wanted to zoom on out because I don't want to I want to be able to show you that there are still some storms back to our north and east. Let's put the radar animation back on. So you may still be getting some thunder and lightning, but the real severe weather threat still remains to the southeast down toward the Battle Creek area. I notice there's a lot of storms well to the north of Big Rapids right now. There's still some small pop-up showers and storms back in Wisconsin, but this is the leading edge of the severe weather moving through.
Yeah, once we see this go through, probably within by around 9 o'clock or so, the bulk of the severe weather threat here at home, for the most part, should be coming to an end. Again, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning in Calhoun County, and at least to George and I, there is still rotation and at least some debris being lofted up in the atmosphere in the Eckford area towards Albion, if you're familiar with that, south and east of Marshall. This same storm heading towards Jackson County. So again, this is heading outside of our viewing area once it does so into Jackson County. But again, Eckford into Albion, that is the locator of at least some debris being in the atmosphere, at least radar trying to detect that.
South of Albion. As far as the strength of the storms with hail, each one of these still could produce some hail, but not the softball size hail we just talked about. 32 is I would say equivalent maybe to nickel size hail, maybe dime size hail.
Yeah.
Don't think there's going to be much more than that. So this is not really a large damaging hail producer. This is more of a concern with perhaps some rotation. We're going to put the rotational loop on there. You can kind of see it, not as pronounced as it was. There's that storm we're tracking right in through here. There's this one in through here as well. Still very concerning, not to the point of what we saw earlier tonight.
still, if you are in the Calhoun County area, it is still one of those times to be in your safe space, be in the most secure location of your house or whatever building that you may be located in, as we still have this severe thunderstorm warning. And of course, we're still indicating at least some broad rotation in a few of these cells. So again, the threat is not over just because a tornado warning is not currently in place. We still have this tornado watch until 9 o'clock as well for the county shaded in yellow. So this still includes Ottawa, Ionia County. Will say it does look like this will, they might just let this expire at 9 o'clock.
They
George.
might. The new tornado watch was issued later
that's
for 11 o'clock.
Ionia, Barrie, and Calhoun County.
Counties to the south and east. The timing is going to be pretty good for this part of the watch area. And probably for this, maybe canceled earlier for Ionia and Barrie because this is all the way extending over into Hillsdale County and those areas as well.
Yeah, this all started roughly about 4 o'clock this afternoon. We saw a few thunderstorms develop in the Chicago, Gary, Indiana area towards Michigan City. This all started with some large hail reported in the Michigan City area just south of the Michigan state line to the west of South Bend. And then we saw these thunderstorms continue to develop over the course of this evening. The bulk of the severe weather has been mostly near the I-94 corridor, stretching from Van Buren into Kalamazoo, Calhoun County, and southward. And again, we've had a few confirmed tornadoes in the Portage area, again near Paddle Creek, for example, in the Galesburg and Climax area to the eastern half of Kalamazoo County. And unfortunately, we already have crews on the scene. There is a lot of damage, especially in the Portage area, with not just one, but George, again, something that I've never seen, and I don't want to speak for you right now, but another tornado, a confirmed tornado over the same area, pretty much in the vicinity of a mile or two of Portage.
Not in the same day, not within the same afternoon.
Within an hour and a half.
Within an hour and a half. So yes, 2 of them in a row, unprecedented, at least in my career. It's been a long career, of course, and yeah, don't really want to go through that again.
No.
And you can see all the reports here. It looks like right now all of the tornado reports are from northwest Ohio, northeast Indiana, right up into southern lower Michigan. That's from the Storm Prediction Center. That's their total. We did not see 7 tornadoes here in West Michigan. This is from nationwide. This is from all of the reports in this part of the Midwest, and this is part of that same parent storm that came out of Oklahoma and Texas earlier. Juliet, you have some new information from the newsroom.
We do. We continue to get new images and video. We have new information now from that FedEx plant that was damaged in Portage. We want to go now to Micah Cho, who talked to some workers. Micah. Well, we can see the workers are safe, which is good. Glad to see that. The actual facility is damaged, and we're going to show you some really remarkable video too from the FedEx plant. But first, we want to go to Kiara Patterson, who is outside the mobile home park that was also damaged by the tornado. Kiara?
Yeah, Juliet, I'm here in Portage, right outside on Lover's Lane. I'm going to step out of the frame here so you can see exactly what's going on. Right now, multiple cars are really backed up on this lane area here. We've heard from residents in the area that multiple people have been stuck in their homes and buildings. Cars have been on their sides, wires and poles are down. Even the street of Romance Road is now in a neighbor's front entryway. Cars are on their sides, like I said. Multiple buildings have collapsed since the start of this tornado touching down here in Portage. Power extension cords have snapped, and there have been a safety hazard to many people walking and driving along this road. Traffic lights are blinking red and yellow to caution drivers that they need to stop and be aware of their surroundings. Residents say the community has really come together to help people and support one another in this endeavor of building a community asset for what's going on. And we'll have more coverage soon of this. Right now, live in Portage, Kiara Patterson, 13 on your side.
All right, Kiara, thank you. We will continue to get updates from you throughout the evening. We do want to go back to that FedEx. The FedEx, this is new video we just got of the FedEx facility. Watch this. I'm just going to let it play out. This is the tornado. And that video was taken by Josh Mann, and it's just incredible. You can just see the force of the winds. And our Micah Cho is outside the FedEx plant, and you did speak with some workers. We saw just a couple of minutes ago. Micah, what can you tell us?
Yeah, hi, Julia. Again, we're at the FedEx plant here in Portage, and I actually have two of these FedEx employees here wanting to talk to me about the storm. So can I have you guys real quick what's your guys' names?
I'm Robbie. I'm Steven.
And so what were you guys doing during the storm that happened just hours ago?
I was in the process of just trying to continue and finish my route. At the time, I had probably close to 15 stops left, and I was trying to prioritize the pickup because that's the big deal for us as contracted divers. And so at that time, I looked up and I was like, things are not getting good. It's getting really windy. The weather's getting really, really bad really, really quick. So at that time, it was more about seeking shelter for me and caring about myself. So
what time was that around?
I want to say it was close to 4:30 maybe. It could have been a little bit after that. I didn't really pay attention to the time at the moment.
And when did you guys get back?
I mean, I got back about 5 minutes after the storm came in. I caught the tail end of it. It wasn't crazy, but I did come in through the storm, and wind was howling. It was blowing against my truck. It was extremely loud, and especially in them big trucks, they're loud.
Yeah, what's it like being in one of your guys' trucks with a storm just coming through like that?
Loud. It's the best way I could describe it. It's loud. It's annoying, more or less, especially in the back. They leak all the time, so, I mean, it was water everywhere.
And when you guys got back to the terminal, as you guys called it, what was your guys' first reaction to basically steel beams leaning off of the building?
I was on I-94 and I got a call from my fiance at the time saying that, hey, I think something happened at FedEx. And then my two managers, Anthony and Austin, called me. It was like, you're not going to believe this. The terminal has been destroyed. And I'm like, what? And then I was still probably just past Mattawan at the time, just trying to get here as quick as possible. Obviously, due to the conditions, I had to drive as cautiously as possible. But once I got here, I was more shocked and just couldn't believe that out of all the buildings and factories on Portage Road here, that we were one of the only ones that were hit as hard as we were, from my knowledge at least.
Yeah, what was your reaction?
I mean, when I got here, I was in disbelief. I seen all the trees down, and it was insane. I didn't really look at the building at first, and then I seen the back part of the building. And we had another driver right in front of us who worked for a different contractor, and he goes, dude, the whole building's gone. Up the front. At front, it's gone. I'm like, what? You're joking me, right? He's like, no. We walked up there, and the whole front of the building is caved in. It was incredibly, I couldn't believe it. I was insane. The traffic right here was backed up, so it was just crazy. I couldn't believe it. I can't believe it still, actually.
What was worse, kind of the back of this building or the front of it?
The front, by far.
The front side is completely caved in. We're not sure how bad the back side is, because normally when we pull in, excuse me, we come around through here and then pull in the garage. So when we walked up to the front of the building, obviously as FedEx employees and having badges, we were able to obviously get a good idea of how things looked, and it's totally caved in. So there's lots and lots of damage.
When I first came down, I didn't know how bad the damage was. I seen all the lights were out. I was like, terminal's out of power. But no, to see all the semis twisted up along with the trees, the first thing that I seen in here, I was like, yeah, this is not just a normal power outage. This is destruction.
So I'm assuming you guys aren't allowed into what's left of the building right now.
As of right now, yeah, we're told that everybody is to stay out of the building. I mean, everybody was accounted for. No one was hurt, thank goodness. So we have friends who work just for FedEx themselves. I mean, we're contracted employees, so we come in, do our job, and try to get home as safe as possible every day. So that's part of the job.
Yep.
Anything else you guys want to share?
Nope, that's pretty much it. We're just we're looking for jobs on Indeed tomorrow.
Yeah, waiting for the next information to kind of come through for us. I mean, most of us work anywhere from 5-6 days a week. So, but now I just get to chill the rest of the week, and I'm off out of town for the rest of the weekend. So, no complaints.
All right. Well, we appreciate you guys talking to us.
Absolutely.
Again, we're at the FedEx building off of Portage Road here in Portage. A lot of that roof is torn off. As we heard earlier, some of that building is caved in. So we'll continue to stick around here for the next few hours. Reporting in Portage, Micah Cho, 13 on your side.
Thank you, Mike. And as you heard, twisted trailers and trees down everywhere in addition to the damage to the building to the FedEx facility. Right now, Consumers Energy is reporting 27,261 customers without power. Most of those people are in St. Joseph and Kalamazoo counties. We just got off the phone with Tracy Wimmer from Consumers Energy, and she did update us on the efforts to restore the power, and she has some safety information she wanted to pass along to everyone.
The first and the most important is to stay away from a down power line, and especially anything that the power line is touching. You should always assume, even if you don't have power in your house or you think there's not power in your neighborhood, you should always assume that a line is live and that you should not go near anything that is touching. And that's especially important when we have debris situations like this. So even if it's on a vehicle or if it's touching your home, in the cases of homes, you are safe inside your home, but you should not exit your home if you see that there is a line down directly on your house.
And Wimmer says the first step will be the damage assessment. That could take a significant amount of time because of debris that needs to be moved first, as we have been seeing. Julia Gorman, who's one of the newest members of our 13 on Your Side team, is also down in Kalamazoo County around Center Avenue. And Julia, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Juliet, we just got set up here in the last couple of minutes, and the biggest thing you're noticing is just the amount of people who are out and about right now. I will step out of the way. Folks in this area right near Oakland and Center, we're near Center Square, if you're familiar with that plaza, just walking around and looking at what has happened to their area. Lots of downed trees, large trees, just totally ripped out of people's yards. You're seeing just a lot of debris here at the backside of that plaza. We actually just saw some folks already walking around with trash bags, picking stuff up, but there is a significant amount of debris on the ground. And we're right here by this Citgo gas station, and you can really see these large pieces of what I think are from the top of this building here, this car wash off to the side, but almost like big sections of shingles with piping mixed throughout, just ripped and thrown. There's another big section over here off to the left. And I mean, yeah, you've got this large, heavy piece of metal here that, I mean, twice the size, twice the height of me, very heavy, just ripped and thrown. If you look over off to the street here, another big piece of that black sort of tarping or shingle material blocking the road. Lots of folks just walking around right now, assessing, people on bikes, scooters, driving around. The traffic in this area is pretty significant right now here on Oakland. It took us quite a while just to get probably a mile, half a mile down the road. So certainly very difficult to get through this area. Again, we just got here in the last couple of minutes, so we are going to work and try and just talk to some folks about what exactly they're seeing and dealing with right now after these storms. So we will be sure to check back in with you in just a couple of minutes. Live here in Portage, Julia Gorman, 13 on Your Side.
Thank you, Julie. And once again, Center Avenue has the most significant damage that we've seen so far to businesses. We just got this into our newsroom. Portage schools are closed tomorrow. That announcement was just made. Also, the Battle Creek City Commission, they canceled their meeting for tonight as well. We want to go back now to meteorologist Samantha Jacks. She is at Oak Brook Estates, I believe is where you are, Sam, and there's damage there as well. I can see it behind you.
Yeah, lots of damage here, Juliet. We've only been here for about 10 minutes, and the stories that we've already encountered are really remarkable. From roofs ripped off homes to someone even being trapped underneath debris. Behind me, you can see the damage, and we are joined by the owners of this home, Bud and Mary. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. What is it that you all experienced today?
It was scary. It was fast, but everyone's fine. So,
well,
yeah.
So we thought we weren't going to go to the senior center. So I drove over to get my buddy Jimmy. 2 minutes later, it was done.
It was all
It
over.
was all over.
Fast. So.
That quickly, so not a ton of time to act, not a ton of time to react either. And in just 2 minutes, this is the damage. What's the status right now of your home?
It looks pretty good.
It's repairable. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. We can fix it.
And in those moments of this happening, what was going through your head?
Get inside.
Yeah,
He's trying to find a safe place.
Yeah, and the last place I want to be is at a trailer park in a tornado, and here I was. So.
And you said that this has been here for many years now, this establishment.
Yeah, 89. The park's been here since 89, and we just moved in like 4 years ago. It's 55 and older.
What has the community been like since this happened? It's only been a couple of hours. What sort of things have you seen?
Everybody's out helping each other in the road. They're helping everybody.
What about that woman that was trapped under the debris? Tell us about that.
The fire department finally got here, and they got her out, and she was fine. They took her to the hospital. That's all we know about it. She'll be all right. I'm pretty sure she'll be all right.
okay,
She was
yeah.
talking all the time. She's under the debris.
But
So
her
I think
house
it'll be,
is gone.
Her house is gone.
In moments like this, you see the community rally, but we also know that it's really important that in moments like this, we send the message out to the rest of West Michigan that you need to act quickly and take those severe weather notifications seriously. What would you have to say in regards to that?
That's the truth. You don't hear too many places going to mobile home.
Right.
You're just going to hope God don't
make-
hit us.
You have to make up your mind and quit saying, well, should we go? Should we not? Where should we go? You need to just go.
Absolutely. Did you have a plan of action in place? Did you know that the severe weather threat was coming today?
I think we were going to head to the senior center, which is
right down the road here.
Yeah, just about a mile away, but we never got that far.
Because it happened so quickly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I didn't hear any sirens. Did you hear sirens
They started about
before?
a minute before, then that was it. That was it. We got warning.
Oh, did
Everybody
we?
got warning, I believe. The sirens going off in Portage, yes,
Oh.
they were doing that.
Okay. Just about a minute's worth of a warning though.
Probably 3-4 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
3-4 minutes of warning between the sirens going off outside and I'm sure getting those notifications on your phone, the TV station. Is there anything else that you would like to say?
No, just have
No,
everyone all
we're
healthy.
just
We're all
glad
healthy.
everybody's fine. As far as we know, nobody in the park at all has been injured. So everything else, as long as your insurance is paid, you're good.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's incredible to see the smiles on your faces. Also, your son, another, in a sense, meteorologist, a weather geek like myself. He is, of course, going to see this and be even more influenced. I always say it's days like this that make a meteorologist because we want to be able to keep our communities safe. We're going to send it back to you guys in the studio here in just a minute, but I just want to once again remind everybody the importance of having those weather notifications. Those 3 minutes that Bud and Mary just mentioned were critical in terms of life-saving efforts to get inside, get in that shelter location, and make sure that they weren't underneath damage like this behind me. It's those life-saving measures, having those critical alerts, whether it's through broadcasting, through those outdoor sirens, or through text messages sent to your phone. You need to make sure that you have multiple means to remain weather aware. Juliet, I'm going to send it back to you all in the studio. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us today.
They don't want to see her again. Well, that was Bud and Mary. They are from Oak Brook Estates. That's a mobile home park in Portage, 55 plus. So the older people live there. They said they were going to go to the senior center. Instead, they didn't have time. They didn't have enough time. But the thing to remember about that is they said no one is hurt. There was one woman who was trapped under a home, and we did see reports of that. They were able to rescue her. They say she's going to be fine. FedEx, they say no one was hurt there. Jude's Barbershop, no one was hurt. So far, that is the best news we've heard tonight. I want to go back over to George and Blake now with the latest on what's going on, and Anna, all three of our meteorologists over there.
We can't do the weather coverage without great help. Blake is here doing yeoman's work, and so is Anna. Anna Myers is our new meteorologist, part-time meteorologist. Really appreciate you being here today.
Yeah, we had so many, dozens and dozens of storm reports coming through. Anna was relaying the information, and wow. Yeah,
there's a paper trail that comes in with all of these warnings, and she was keeping track. Well, tell us what you were doing. You were keeping track of
tornadoes.
Yeah, tornadoes and social media reports and National Weather Service chat room. So we just appreciate all the help here tonight, and Juliet as well. We're not done. We're going to still have news coverage up until 9 o'clock tonight, but there is some good news, guys. Let's go to the Max 1. We'll show you that the tornado watch was canceled for virtually all of West Michigan. That was scheduled to expire anyway at 9 o'clock. And the tornado watch continues just for Calhoun County until 11 o'clock tonight as the storms are exiting the region. We did get one recent photo from Robert Hoy. Thank you, Anna, for pointing us out to this. Is near Galesburg. A very nice image of very large stovepipe tornado. Of course, there were multiple vortexes with that. The other good news is, I guess, is that the severe weather is on the wane in Calhoun County. The warning remains in effect until 9 o'clock there for about another 20 minutes as that storm is exiting to the south and east. Still want to track to see if there's any rotation within any of this. It is very marginal. If you've been with us for the coverage all throughout the evening, this is the area of concern right here with the red and green very close to each other, and this is going to be soon exiting well out of our viewing area, so that is certainly a good news. Zooming on out to the rest of the viewing area, we're going to do the radar animation for all of our folks back to the north and west. There are still some scattered storms back to the west. You could describe those, Blake, and if you want.
Just more of your run-of-the-mill showers and a few thunderstorms back in Wisconsin. We are not expecting any additional severe weather, at least through tonight as of now. The main threat, as we're starting to lose more daytime heating, we're basically at sunset almost in the next few minutes. These storms are eventually going to weaken as they push farther to the east across Metro Detroit, especially down towards Ohio. But yeah, obviously a very active afternoon and evening here at home. For those that are watching from the lake shore, you too, Muskegon, Oceana County, you saw a little bit of stronger storms. In fact, a severe thunderstorm earlier this afternoon. If you have any pictures or you have any videos that you want to share, feel free to scan that QR code at the top right of your screen, or also text the word storm to 616-559-1310. We'll be able to see all of that and try to get that on air and share that with the rest of us here in West Michigan.
We just appreciate the support team, the production team, especially in the back. You know, when we say, hey, can we do this? They're right on it and opening the mics and doing all of the really hard work as well behind the scenes. So thank you guys. And we're going to continue with more news coverage now of the storm and live reports before the sun sets. And we're going to toss it back over to Juliet and the latest from the newsroom.
All right. Thank you, George. And Micah Cho continues to be right outside that FedEx facility in Portage. We're going to go back to him one more time with the latest update. Micah.
Hi, Julia. If you guys were tuned in to when we talked to those two FedEx employees just probably about 10 minutes ago, you would have heard them say that the front of the FedEx building is a lot worse than the back, and that is true because there's no front of this building. It's open. You can see all of those steel beams that was holding the front of this building together. It's just looks like the roof either peeled back one way and then the rest of it collapsed. We can see some damaged FedEx trucks as well towards the front over here, and just a lot of that metal flashing still hanging up on the roof and on the side of this building. Again, too, there's a lot of trees, maybe not over this way, but to the left of us towards the street, there are a lot of trees down, which is kind of what we saw towards the back of that building. And if anybody was tuning in to probably about an hour ago, you could see that there was steel beams that was just kind of dangling off the back of that building. So again, the front of the FedEx building here off of Portage Road near Stryker, a lot worse than the back. So we'll continue to stay out here for the night. Reporting live in Portage, Micah Cho, 13 on your side.
Thank you, Micah, for that. And once again, Center Avenue in Portage has a lot of damage. Many businesses and other structures have damage. So we want to go back out to Julia Gorman with the latest. You have someone with you there, Julia?
Yeah, Juliet, lots of people around here, and I just talking to a gentleman named Dave here who's lived in Portage for more than 20 years. Dave, I know you've just been watching and looking at everything around here. I mean, you've lived in this community for many years. What is this like right now for you?
It's weird to see all the trees down. This is Portage, a tree city, and we like the trees, but it's real disturbing to see them all down. But it's good that nobody's hurt. It's just some property damage. We'll get over that. We'll figure it out, get the power back on, and go back to life as normal.
And I know you were talking about, you were monitoring, on TV the storms as they were making it closer to here, and then eventually you made that choice, hey, we got to get to the basement. You were talking about the winds just kind of all sorts of directions. Talk to me about that, what that was like.
Yeah, I was looking out my picture window, and I was maybe staying upstairs a little longer than I should. And I saw the wind blowing from one direction, then immediately turned to another direction. And I said, no, that's not right. And then headed for the basement. And then came up 20 minutes later, and it's amazing. Wow, you had debris up in that tree like that. And I just finally got on my bike. Had to cover a hole in my roof and take care of some stuff, and around the house, got my generator ready to go. And now I just got on my bike and was cruising the neighborhood and seeing how widespread this is. And it's bad, but from what I heard, nobody's hurt, and it's just property damage, and we'll figure it out and get it cleaned up. And everything's gonna be okay.
And I know you're telling me you've been here in Portage for many years, Grand Rapids before that. I mean, here, living in the state of Michigan, I mean, ever seen anything like this living here?
Not like this. There was that legendary tornado that went through Kalamazoo 50, 60 years ago. Went through downtown. And I've seen pictures of that, but I've never seen anything like this here. And it's not as bad as like you see those horrible scenes from Oklahoma and Texas, and where entire blocks and blocks are just flattened. Houses just disappear off it and nothing left but a slab. We don't have that, but it's still, you know, quite a bit of damage, but it's not that bad. So,
Feeling grateful.
yes, very grateful that nobody's hurt, and hopefully we'll have power in a few days. Yeah, maybe a few days. I've got a generator. If we have to, we'll go someplace else, but.
All right, Dave, thanks so much for talking with us again. Yeah, here at we're at the intersection of Oakland and Center. Just lots of debris, lots of folks just similar to Dave, just walking around and assessing what happened to their community. Lots of debris on the ground. Traffic in this area very difficult. If you can avoid having to drive through this area, I would highly recommend it. It's very slow. Still seeing a lot of fire and ambulance, make their way through this intersection. So we want to leave room for them to work. So if you can, stay in a safe place, that would be recommended. We will check it back in with you guys very soon. Juliet, sending it back to you from here in Portage.
All right, Julia, thank you for that. And you can see all the people and all of the vehicles behind. People are out. There's going to be so much cleanup. And just so you know, once again, to reiterate, Bronson Hospital, a spokesperson tells us that they don't have anyone there yet. They are prepared, fully staffed. So far, everyone we've spoken to, even the person who was trapped under the home, from the witnesses say that she was fine and she's going to make a full recovery. So that is great news. Same with the businesses. They say they are all accounted for. We're going to take a look one more time now at the video from Calhoun, Michigan, I believe.
Watching it, and it's popping over the tree line, and that like, oh, this is serious, it sends you into like almost like a panic mode, because you're not really prepared for it until it's happening. So when the funnel cloud popped over the tree line and actually touched ground, it wasn't a quarter mile from my house. I mean, it was in the field next to me. We went into go mode and got in the basement as fast as we could, and it was quite an adrenaline rush. But then you're also worried about, well, what about my house and my other animals? And all this stuff starts going through your brain. Like, this is serious.
And this is the incredible video that Chase took as he watched that tornado right next to his house in that field. Just keep watching. It's just, don't see anything like this. And to think it's in Calhoun, in southwest Michigan. All right, and we thank Chase for sharing his video and his pictures with us. One more time, we want to go back to meteorologist Sam Jacks, who is also in Portage. And Sam, I mean, you are seeing the way that these tornadoes moved across that area.
Okay, thank you. You know what, Juliet, we're just getting word that there's a big gas leak behind me. They've asked that I step a little bit away here, but what I'm seeing right now is the worst damage that I have seen since entering into Portage. We are still in Oak Bridge Estates, but we have went to the back of the mobile home park. And what's right here is actually the foundation of what was a mobile home. That is no longer here, completely ripped off of its foundation and tossed. Behind it, one of the areas that we are seeing that gas leak, and it sounds like they were able to cut off the gas leak, so everything is okay there. But you can see the foundation of that home completely ripped off, the roof caved in. There's bicycles, kids' toys tossed. And it only happened in a matter of minutes. These are the scenes that really tug at your heartstrings, tug at your emotions when you see these toys just scattered around. You know the lives of these children, these families, they are changed. This was their home. Another thing that we always talk about consistently is how mobile homes never have a safe location. And it's where I'm standing right now on this concrete slab that no home attached to it. That is exactly why we say you need to find an alternative location in the case of severe weather. We cannot stress that enough. over just to the right of me was one of the areas where they found that woman trapped, where they say she has been transported to the hospital and is reportedly recovering. And Jake, why don't we pan over there and show the community coming together. You can hear the chainsaws off in the distance. They're already going to work. They're already picking up the pieces. And the good news is that tomorrow's forecast, mostly sunny skies, is going to help this community come together rather quickly. Juliet.
Sam, thank you for that live update. And once again, that's a 55-plus mobile home park that Sam is standing in. And so the older people, they have such a great attitude about it. One thing we've heard from the homeowners we've spoken to tonight, they say, have homeowners and renters insurance. So great advice from them. Sam also mentioned that there's a gas leak behind her. So there is so much cleanup to do, a lot more to do, and a lot more assessment of the damage. We know there's going to be a lot more. So we're going to break away from our live continuous coverage right now. Our crews are going to regroup. We're going to get our newscast together, and we hope that you will join us for continuing coverage coming up at 11 o'clock. Thanks so much for being with us.
This was a severe weather alert from 13 on your side.
you.